that's right. Do everything out of order. So, first things first today. They actually just dropped a hotfix right before I started my stream. So I'm going to read the patch notes. Aloud. Here they are. Orphix Venom, hotfix 29.6.4. You know, I should probably do, like, introductory stuff. It occurs to me. Hi, I'm Fraggoth. I'm streaming Warframe today. I do this every week, every Wednesday. It's Warframe Wednesdays. I'm diluting and demolishing and devolving my script even more than it was. Hi. So it's one of those mornings. I only have a few cc's of coffee in me right now. I am not a coffee person. I only do it for these streams so I'm awake enough to do them. The problem is it means I can't do math. And Warframe, as we all know, is math heavy. So, Orphix Venom, hotfix 29.6.4. 10.0, it's our first hotfix of 2021. We'll be taking on some Orphix Venom bugs head on. What? Aiming to keep the Necromech Mayhem going until the operation ends on January 18th. We expect to release a few more hotfixes throughout the first few weeks of January as we gear up for an exciting new year for Warframe. So, Operation Orphix Venom changes and fixes. Over the course of the holiday break, the team continued to track and fix Operation exploits. Any scores that were determined to be achieved with these exploits have been and will continue to be removed from the leaderboards, and temporary or full suspensions have been issued where appropriate. Fixed proper AABC reward not being given when achieving the Endurance Max 36th Orphix. Fixed an issue where affinity collected in a Necromech wouldn't propagate to your arc gun if you transferenced in from the operator. Fixed second Necromech's death, resulting in a functionality loss as the operator until operator respawns. I think I probably encountered that. Fixed having the same Arcwing weapon equipped in the heavy weapon slot and the Necromech primary slot, resulting in receiving double affinity for the weapon. I wish I'd known about that. Fixed an issue where the player's inventory can end up with 2 instances of the Necromech's gun, which resulted in losing earned affinity when reviving as your Warframe. Interesting. Fixed missing extraction UI if a host migration occurs after the 36th Orphix kill. Fixed focus gained by the Necromech not being saved at end of mission. I don't put lenses on things like that. I probably should. Arc gun weapon inventory slots explanation and fix. When we first introduced the Necromechs to Warframe, they did not have a head component that you could change. You just owned an entire Necromech that was it. In order to increase the cosmetic flexibility of Necromechs, we made the head modular, giving you the ability to change it the same way you can change a Warframe's helmet. A script was run that retroactively gave you the helmets of Necromechs you already owned, so you didn't have to build them again to get the helmets. A mistake in that script caused players to receive extra copies of the Mausolon gun, which comes with crafting or claiming a Necromech in the Foundry, but without increasing your number of Arcwing weapon inventory slots to hold them. This caused players who had already filled up their inventory slots to receive an error message that said, "Invalid slots, contact support," when trying to build a new Necromech or Arcwing weapon. Selling the excess Mausolons you received would only temporarily suppress this error, because as soon as you built another Arc gun, you would again own more Arc guns than you owned inventory slots. The fix. Upon login, if you own more Arc guns than slots, your inventory count is corrected in the back end. You will still receive the invalid slots error if you try to claim a Necromech or Arc gun from the Foundry. However, when you sell excess Arc guns or buy slots from the market, the problem fixes itself for real instead of just suppressing the error message. Changes. More fluid. Necromech HUD reticles will now always be white, same as other reticles, to ensure that it's always visible. Or always as visible as possible. Disabled ability to open the pause menu after catching a fish, since it could lead to incorrect state. Okay. I hope they're adding a way to just ignore the catch animation. The where you're holding it in front of you like a dink for like a minute. Invert tap hold abilities option lets you now control the setting for each valid Warframe. What? Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my goodness. This is a good day. Where is that? Invert tap hold abilities. Where was that be? That was under gameplay? Or was that under controls? Might be under controls. Gifts. Da, 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 region. Must be under controls. Customize controller. Sensitivity. Legacy aim. Dead zone. Vibration. Controller aim assist. I don't use a controller. I don't even know why that's on. Invert tap hold abilities. Clickety clackety. Guess who's backity? Oh baby. So, this is the best hotfix ever. Best hotfix ever. I've been wanting this for years. Years. Oh my goodness. I've been wanting this forever. Now, the whole problem would be solved if they just made it standard across all Warframes with press to hold and tap to hold abilities, where it was all the same. That way, you could just flip the other, but having the actual full customization where you can make some be one way and some be the other is obviously the ideal solution. Numerous Warframe abilities, new and old, have been given the tap/hold functionality to do varying actions. Feedback showed that having the option to invert the tap/hold across the board to all valid Warframes was not ideal, as some ability default functionalities are preferred. Upon selecting the invert tap/hold abilities in the options menu, you'll be met with a new screen, allowing you to pick and choose which valid Warframes this applies to. Best hotfix ever. Oh. Removed Magnus shell casing eject sounds to match revolver aesthetic/animation. The Magnus is a revolver? Fixes. Fix selecting currently active boosters while market loads, resulting in functionality loss. Fix survival life support towers not spawning after 34 minutes. That's a big one. Fixed infusing Lavos' vial rush to another Warframe, not allowing to inflict any damage/status. Good. I'm actually going to do that like right now. Fixed Garuda's blending talons augment mod, not hitting enemies behind you in the range indicated. There's a lot of stuff like that. Where are you? Well, no, I have them in my inventory already. I built a spare. It did not take long. Yeah, I mean, it took as long as it took. Let me subsume it and I'll continue with the patch notes. Fixed Bone Widow's meat hook health absorb % progression, not following its ability ranks sequentially. Fixed Void Rig's guard mode ability stats showing energy drain per second, base stat as 0. Fixed Machete Wraith from only hitting once per enemy when using its heavy attack. Fixed Host not replicating the Lightning Bolt's FX from Residual Shock Arcane to clients. Fixed the Lotus's head disappearing in a certain cutscene. Or in certain cutscenes. Fixed Fist-type weapons appearing invisible while Gyra is equipped with the Kaleido skin. Interesting. Fixed Korra's Urushu rear end glassy area, not applying chosen color outside of the arsenal, as reported in blah blah blah. Fixed Void Rig Day of the Dead helmet skin appearing as a file path in the Necromech's arsenal. Fixed inability to place DMO's fish in your personal quarter aquariums. Fixed K-Drive Pop Top mod, displaying incorrect stat color, should not be negative red. Fixed Buzzlock Scope HUD overlay, not extending to the edge of the screen, leaving visible margins. Interesting. Fixed for missing music during the War Within final cinematic. What? Fixed all audio being muted in moment during sacrifice quest. Fixed audio ducking when stopping time in a captura scene. Fixed reverb and color key capture scene. Fixed for K-Drive Vapor Trail mod custom boost sound persisting when player dismounts K-Drive. Fixed Lavos' Prex card icon missing from universe, fragments section of codex. Fixed a script error when casting Lavos' transmutation probe. Fixed a dedicated server script error in Conclave when using the Scourge. Cutely. So yeah. Again, best hotfix ever. No, wrong Titania. Oh gosh. Wrong one. Right one. So yeah, pretty rad. I think right now I have it spec'd to be easiest to use with this, with Titania. And I think Wisp. I know who I need to ensure that it is inverted. Let me actually just go to options. Controls. Let's make that standard. Let's make mag needs to be standard, I think. I believe that'll make it so that when I tap, I hold, I cast the bubble. Titania to be inverted, Wisp I think to be inverted. I don't remember what I have for Zaku and Zephyr. That I think is fine for Zephyr. I don't think we have an issue there. I'll leave Lavos as inverted. And I don't remember with some of the other ones. I'll have to fiddle with that later. Let me go check to see if the new sortie is up. It should be. It is. Hive, Interception, Mob Def is Piz. So yeah, enjoy the dulcet tones of, what do I have playing in the background here? The Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere soundtrack. Followed by some other things. We'll get to those when we get to them. Dee-die-dee-die-dee-die. Dee-die-dee-die-dee-die-dee-die. Dee-die. Why did I leave?
Contained. Destroy the hives to sterilize the area. Keep moving. None of the summoners have detected you. There's no way to know how the infestation will react to this hive's destruction. Now quick, destroy the hive.
Just realized I had my mic muted for the past minute and a half. Very clever.
Now take out the hive. All hives destroyed. Head to extraction.
Very nice. Whoops. Enjoy your motion sickness, by the way. This isn't even my final form. What's going on? Oh, don't do that. No. 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 Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, it teleported me way back. For some reason that I can only guess at. Make this look easy. Yeah, it teleported me like a kilometer away. That's really frustrating.
Another job well executed.
Slams the brakes. Anyone know if they make headsets with microphones that are made for left-handed people? I mean in the sense that the microphone's on the right-hand side of the head as opposed to the left. Interception. Well, this ought to be cute. Depending on the map. If the map's really tight, I could have problems. Titania isn't necessarily ideal for this, unfortunately. But Titania can largely just put in work anyway. Titania's a monster. A small, adorable little monster.
Watch your step tunnel. There are severe coolant leaks throughout the ship.
Hoping for some energy or about something
Carry
here.
top secret interplanetary communications.
No joy. That's fine.
Capture the towers and
I also need to check my Cedo modding because I think it is way, 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 way off base. And I haven't done cryogenic leakage in a dog's age. Oh yeah, I have a Vizier Predacite now. And a Panzervolpathylo. I got off my duff, finally. A lot of grinding happened behind the scenes this past week. Alrighty. Is in German. Oh my gosh, bounce off of a different wall. And commence to So I now have my Razorfly buff up at max. shreddeth. Yea, verily, it shreddeth. So yeah, we just sit here for as long as we have to. Oh god, sneeze. Oh, some champion in Prince Among Men, or women, or frames, is using a explosive legerdemain, Mirage. That's gonna make this pretty easy and straightforward. Actually, with that said, I don't need to be in this anymore. So yeah, the Cedo is pretty rad. Ordinarily, it's just a kind of rapid fire, reasonably accurate shotgun. Nothing too special. The stats aren't overwhelming. Pretty basic. But it's got an alt fire, which shoots out a bunch of discuses. Disci? Dat guy. And those go boom. And they bounce between enemies too, very, very accurately. And they stack with your multi-shot. So, pretty good, is what I'm saying. The crits there. You can get crits with them, which is nice. Making them quite deadly indeed. So the Panzerwölfe, or the Vizier Predacite rather, does things. It actually lets out healing clouds that are quite handy for Operation Orphix Venom. Oh, this is taking a while, isn't it? Feels that way. Yeah, I don't... Oh, I know why this is doing it. Yeah, I do need to go check my mods for this, because I badly borked that. So I was doing a cute build someone turned me on to for Zephyr, involving utilizing effectively the tools within your grasp in terms of how status procs with the tornadoes work. And I have yet to replicate the results that they indicated to me should be happening, and that could be because my build is not set up on Zephyr for it very well. Mostly I think it's a lack of range thing, but it involves using funnel clouds and electricity, and using some other power to CC enemies. And you can get some pretty nasty proc chaining that would make of the electrical proc that would make Bolt blush. Or so I am told. Oh, another cool thing about the Cedo's alt fire, it doesn't cost ammo. And you can manually recall them as well, I think. Oh, maybe not. No, they come back on their own time. So the Cedo's pretty cool. It's yet another cool gimmicky gun. I like cool gimmicky guns. Ones that aren't like whose gimmicks don't get in the way. The gimmick for the Cedo does not get in the way. It is just like an underslung discus launcher that makes it an absolute murder machine. You can do that and then just keep shooting. And shoot another out. Rinse, wash, repeat. So you can keep up a pretty nasty murder storm with it. I'm not sure how I want to build it because it actually has okay crit stats. But it can spread status procs like nobody's business. Hey, that hurt. There's a rhino? He's got a range build because I'm seeing enemies get supported, although levitated all the way up here. So we do actually have a dedicated crowd control player here with that rhino. No, there's a. That was from a. That wasn't from a stunt. That's from something else. Valvin, I think. It's a combination of the two, and it's pretty effective. Who says that CC is bad? But the best CC is dead enemies. And I'm like, okay. I like CC abilities.
The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate
Oh, it's
everyone.
working. And here, that's actually beneficial. Crowd control, because it doesn't matter if we kill enemies or not.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions, we have also disrupted their communications. Navigation has been uploaded with new invasions. Chaos is spreading.
Oh wait, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I pay attention. I swear. I swear I pay attention. Okay, let me tweak my build here. No, this is the good build. This is not the electrical build. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's fine. Oh, I see what it is. I need to tweak my values here. There's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that at all. Short getting friggin'. That'll help. But it won't fix the problem. It'll mean I'll be doing a lot less blast. So the way status procs work is, and the reason I'm saying that is, the status chance. So you've got your status proc rate, which in this case is not listed down there. Up here. Okay, here we go. Status per projectile is 0.7% per pellet. That's different for the discus. I don't know what the discus is. It feels higher than that because I'm getting it pretty reliably. But the way status works is it's weighted towards which status procs you get if you have an array of elements is weighted based on how much damage they have assigned to them. So this radiation is 73.1, whereas viral is 58.5, or will be after I'm done with that. And then blast is 32.5, which means the radiation is more likely to proc than the viral, which is more likely to proc than the blast. So that's why you sometimes have builds that want to have a lot of slash damage procs. They're going to go and put on physical slash mods. Like, I don't even remember the name of it. In truth. Is it Shredder? Shredder. Like Shredder. Because they want to have more slash damage. and that'll boost the ratios. So here, what I really want to do is have the full, even that I don't think it'll get up high enough, will it? I don't think it will. Did I? Because that's only another 30 points. Yeah, and that will not make up the shortfall there. That's fine. The alternative is I do a build that doesn't have viral in it, which I don't really want to do. But I could. For instance, I could do corrosive and blast. I would still have more corrosive than blast, but I don't want to do blast. So could also do magnetic and gas, but I'm not fighting corpus, so that's out. So we'll go with rad viral, even though I think most corpus resist both of those. Or am I fighting corpus? No, I'm fighting infested. So gas actually would be desirable, but it's not going to be the I don't think, yeah, no, it's not going to be a high priority, unfortunately. Mostly because of that. And I like having the reload speed. The reload speed is great. I don't actually know what going with puncture, or not puncture, punch through does for this thing. I really don't. I have no idea. In fact, what does punch through do for the discs that it shoots out, the little chakrams it shoots out, whatever they are. Let me get something with punch through, like Seeking Fury. How do I equip you? I can crank down. If anything, I'd like to crank down that, but I want to have the extra straight damage if I can keep it. If I got rid of that and that, I could do it. But I don't want to. Well, I could get rid of Prime Charge Shell, I guess. Yeah, I could do that. Put in... well, that's not going to fit. I can do a... Enshrunkulated Tox. There we go, that should do it. So let's see what punch through actually does for the discuses. Discs. That kicked my damage in the junk. How much does Seeking Force do? No, I can't. Yeah, because it's going to be the same as Prime Charge Shell. Okay. But yeah, its base stats are pretty good. 20% crit chance is reasonable. Its status chance is kind of crap, but it feels like the discs proc fairly frequently. The crit multiplier is quite solid. 2.4x is good. You can make a lot of work with that. Like crit. Oh, where are you? Not crit chance. So you primed Ravage for 110% crit damage. I don't think there's another crit damage, is there? You can't equip both of those. No. So you could do a crit build. It would not be untoward. It can go either way, as though it's not going to do a lot of status for its regular fire. Oh, that's right. I want to do equip Zephyr, so I have faster moving discs. Obdef. Easy sleazy.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. We have got to find the terminal. Proceed and prepare. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I'm not sure if it's going through things or not. I can't quite tell. I think it is going through things.
We are
Also not sure of is whether it's substantially changing damage. There it is. That's the wrong way.
here. Signal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
Oh. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. Thank you.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incarnate. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Another good idea would probably be to use like a some sort of crowd control ability that lumps everyone together, like
Keep moving.
what is it for Venus, Larva or Korra's similar ability with chains.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
And then fire the disc. I'm very
I'm
fond of it
Tenno.
in any case.
This will take a moment.
Mechanically, I think I like it a bit better than the Bubonico. But at the same time, I think the Bubonico is probably stronger.
you to defend.
Oh wow, okay. No, nobody gonna revive me? Really? 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 You're not? Really? Really? You're just gonna stand there? Wow, thanks, dude. Thanks for the revive. No, really, thank you. Basic common goddamn courtesy.
We did it. Mission complete.
Oh, Kuva, really? Wow, what a bust. That's shameful. Oh well. We don't like Kuva here on the frag stream. Because we're petty. Play a game of Frame Fighter, Happy Zephyr, or Wormius. Well, Wormius is the most broken trash in the world. It's too bad because I love Gradius, and the fact that Wormius has like the worst hit detection for a shmup ever makes me cry. Also very heavily luck based. Like you have to get really lucky. That shit. Give me that shit. No! No, do. Please? Please to pick it up? Thanks. Great. Well. Yeah, so Wormius basically doesn't work. But we got our Night Wave task done, so good for me. I think I'll move and kill some of the bosses I need to kill. Oh, I need to check crit offerings too, don't I? Come on, Glut Helmet for Grendel! Nothing. Both of Atlas's helmets. I think I have both of those, yeah I do. I have that. I think that has showed up exactly once. The Grendel Glut helmet. If it showed up a second time, I didn't see it, and the first time I was like 5 credits short and couldn't get it. But you have no idea how angry this makes me. I'm not doing any of those. I don't care. Hey! I need to re-level my Ninja Prime, so we'll do that. Do I not have any? I don't. Okay. Steel. Crank up that alpha. What oxygens do I have that I would actually want to equip? Maybe maybe. Let's go with that. Alrighty. I should really center that because it's going to drive me nuts. So boss fights. Boss fights. We're doing boss fights today.
Me too.
Actually, I'm going to check recruiting and see if there's an Orphix Venom and then do that and then do a boss fight. Actually, no, we'll start with boss fights, then we'll... Yeah, okay. We have the plan. We have the plan. I'm going to tweak this real quick. I don't have any shotgun rounds that I have knocked. What's going on there? Okay, we're going to mix you. We're going to put in that. We're going to go with what? Yes. Frigate Brast. Alright. Yeah, we'll flail around with this gun a little bit. What I haven't tried to do... Oh, that's what I should really attempt. Give me a sec. Because I've got to fight Tilrigger, and I'm probably going to bring Mag along for that. Universe. I think he's corrosive or radiation, if I were to guess. Till. Oh, he has shield? Ew. Radiation for alloy armor and viral. So rad viral I can do and get away with it. I have rad viral. Okay, we're fine. Yeah. Let's stay with this for now. Yeah, I've got safeguard. Not that I need it, but I'll keep it for now. I need to check my predecessor. It's only rank 25. Then I need to guild it. I need... Okay, not yet. Do a boss run. So we're fighting Tilrigger, who is on Uranus. And we are going to...
I'm very excited now. The anticipation.
Then I think we'll do...
I always learn so much.
Nightmare. Energy drain. We're not going to be using our abilities much anyway. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's a form of Neja Prime. We'll be fine. We're not going to be fine. We're in mortal peril. Don't worry about it. If I get bored of doing this the hard way, I'll just bring Protea along, because Protea makes a joke of most of the bosses. Unfortunately. For the bosses. Fortunately. For me.
Grenier researcher Tilrigger has made alarming strides
Tile,
in the
till,
field of
whatever.
nuclear.
Whatever.
This would not
I can
only
pronounce
reverse
things.
centuries of deterioration due to excessive cloning,
That's right, I'm
but
going to be
also
doing mostly
allow for
melee.
strong
The
and
only thing I
deadlier
want
genetic
energy for is
modes.
my 3, and I don't even have my 3 right
Put a
now.
stop to it.
So,
You must be feeling
I don't have a lot of things.
I'll oblige. Let my gavel wring justice off your thin skin. excited now. The anticipation.
Where are you? Get back.
Always learn so much from live dissection.
Okay, I'm gonna ping this guy next time he shows up, because...
A dissection? No. That sounds too humane. Your death will be painful. Come near me, and I'll pound you into a tiny cube. Gonna pull this ocean down on us if I have to.
I'm still not quite sure how Uranus has an ocean, seeing as how it's a gas giant. So lots of Mannix here, but only of a very specific variety. The Uranus specific variety. Anytime he wants to show up is a good time for me, by the way. Before anyone asks, I think this is my durable Nezha build, but it's a nightmare mode mission, so he's...
This is for the tube men.
This is for the tube men! Got your tube dangling. Anytime you want to show up and get bodied, it's a good time for me. None of this will matter because he's going to teleport behind that door. Well, that's where his icon goes anyway. I don't think he's actually behind it. You can't hit it. We're not going in there. So we're just gonna spin to win a bit. Until our guy shows up, we can bully him and hopefully get an Equinox part. This is not the fastest you can do this. You can do this so much quicker. He's kind of annoying though regardless, because he's got invulnerability phases. Which is why I'm sitting here and spinning. After you, my guy. Alright, moving right along. We're not doing this nightmare run anymore. Hopefully the nightmare one actually gives me component rolls. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to be pretty upset that I just wasted a run. It did. And it gave me Constitution. Which is very expensive. I would argue too expensive. But, good for duration builds, because it provides duration. Knockdown recovery is fine, I guess. Plenty of things knock you down, and that'll help you recover a bit, but it's maxed out, it's 13. Your actions have consequences, Tenno. Don't copy that floppy, Tenno. You wouldn't download a car, would you, Tenno? This is the FBI, Tenno. I'm Chris Hansen. Please have a seat. Tenno. Whatever. So this is not my durable build. So we're gonna make our durable build real quick. Subsequent runs should be quicker anyway, because we're not going to be doing as high a level of version. Not that it matters, because our melee weapon just eats him alive like he doesn't even exist. That's the way we like it. Or rather, that's the way, we like it, etc., and so on, and so forth. We have a lot of room, so I'm just going to slap on a lot of really high cost mods, because I don't care. And we can afford them. Oh, right. Let's go with pure durability. I don't care about energize here. Let's go with arcane, not arachne, aegis. And how much health do we have?
Operator, were you
A fair amount of
visualizing
health,
a
so I'll
bloody
go
battle?
with arcane
Me
grace.
too.
I don't normally do that. I think that's only on health damage though, so maybe... Yeah, instead I'll go with arcane guardian. Because that'll have a chance at bopping 900 armor on there anytime I take damage. Okay, so that's basically durability done. Oh, aren't there other durability yeah, there are. I don't remember what any of them are called. Well, first of all, I want to get adaptation on there. I do have room, yeah. What's it called? Is it the Carnus? Yeah, it is. Carnus Carapace. Which adds armor and health, and I believe I can equip it. Doesn't fit too nicely because I have no depolarity. I have 1 depolarity on this whole thing. Which is actually fine. Yeah, let's go with that. We don't care much about energy. We're not going to be using our powers too much. Booty scooting aside. We do booty scoot. So that'll make us disgustingly durable.
Your chosen Warframe suits
So I
you.
have corrosive on here, which isn't actually doing me any favors. But I've got Blood Rush and Condition Overload. Who cares? Not that Condition Overload's doing me any good against him, but I'll do 1 or 2 more. Yeah. I also need to make sure that I'm actually doing this in open mode in case other people join. Or, you know, nothing can happen. Why not? People want in, they can get in. That's another thing I need to check is you know what? Change of plans. I don't actually remember what the Attica is. Oh, it's this thing. With Gauss, if it's going to be plus 300% power strength, I am going to do a strength and range build. Because that will make for some entertaining giggles when I headbutt things like walls. Yeah, this is the build. Yeah. Yes, this is it. It begins. Yeah, let's go for it. I just need to make sure that I have on steel. I do. Alright. Let's fucking fall. Let's do that real quick. And it's an interception. An interception will be a bit of a giggle fest too, because I'll just be headbutting things. I am on public, right? Yeah, I'm on public. If it puts me in solo, I'll wait until other people join. Because I do not want to do one of these alone. No need to worry about that, was there? I do have to get up a certain amount of seed energy.
You have lost control of a tower.
Where are you? Oh, it's below me. Where are they on this map? Okay, they are down below. What the fuck? I don't see any HUD indicators. I don't see where they are.
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it.
What is going on? Please get up there. No, it is supposed to be down below, isn't it? I can hear it ticking very faintly. So I'm just going to stay here a
The
while.
enemy have captured a tower. Tower online.
Okay. Oh, I have no duration on this build. That's a problem. Because it's a headbutt build. So I fucked up. This is the wrong build. This is not the smart build to use. And I'm dead already. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna abort and pretend none of that happened. We're gonna go with the actual build, which is a duration build. I forgot that that build had no duration at all, and you need duration to bolt, Gauss, whatever. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. Hello. There we go. Ideally, you want more range than that. But I can go with that as kind of an all-rounder. I kind of prefer pure duration, though. I'll live with having no range.
Your chosen Warframe suits you.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, okay. I need to check my Attica build. Because the Attica build I was using was pretty trash. Oh, God. Don't even look at it. Don't even look. Ugh. Alright. Serration. Cryo round. Something else for damage. Maybe multi-shot. Vigilante. I have 13 points to work with. Ugh. I can go with a viral build, yeah. Let's do that. Oh, actually, we're fighting Corpus, aren't we? So, with Stormbringer, we'll go for a magnetic build and deal with the consequences accordingly. Alright! Navigation. You, and let's go! That was mortifying. But it's okay. It's okay. We can recover from this. So, practical upshot of Gauss is that if you get him up and running, literally, haha. I don't know what arcades I have for this either, which is bad. Hopefully Aegis, hopefully Energize. Oh, it's up top. I am so smart. The Attica is trash, I forgot about that. So, once I have
We are in
decap,
full control. Keep fighting.
I want to get that up. And as long as we're moving quickly, we'll keep that gauge up. We want that up as quickly as possible to maximize the amount of time that we have these things shooting out of my body. And I don't have to maintain it and keep up that crap. Because this will make me a walking death machine. like so. Switch to my Kuven new core because that's going to be the thing that actually does anything. I can't actually tell which one is being capped. Charlie, apparently. So yeah. It's not where I wanted them. I wanted them here. Oh, wrong one. There we go. It's kind of expensive, though. So yeah, the reason we're here is for whatever resource it's called that drops from here that I don't remember the name of because I've got a huge brain and no memory. We need like 25 of it. Get away from my thingy. What's my vizier doing? It's still alive. That's good. Yeah, there's a Protea here, which is going to make life a lot easier. So, practical upshots, yeah, that stuff. Vitus Essence is what it's called, because I can remember names real well. Listen, when you're playing a game that has game design by accretion and aggregation, and you've been playing it since more or less the beginning, short a couple early patches, you can't remember everything. Also, getting old sucks. In other news, water is wet. More at 11. Okay, something got paint. Find out what it is. There's the Vitus Essence I grabbed. That is now high lit, thank goodness. He's there already.
Try and capture another signal. Be
Arcane
careful.
Tanker.
The
I don't
enemy
actually know
has
what that
surely
does.
rallied stronger reinforcements.
So yeah, I have a super high duration build, max duration build, which means that if I'm exceptionally quick, I can have the full practical upshot of my buffs for like better part of a minute. My 4 and 2 will last
This
about,
tower is
what,
ours now.
was I not at 100%? I was not at 100%. I could have sworn I was at 100%. Well, muffed that real bad. Oh well, sail at me. They last like 90 seconds, I think, max duration. But you're only gonna have them maxed for like half that time. Here we go. Yeah, 91 seconds. Running into that guy would be very, very bad. And you wanna... So you see this gauge on the right. I think I've done a breakdown on Gauss before. It was a bit easier to use than the last time I played him. Or the last time I talked about him. I think. Mostly because I figured out how to play the thing. Is that A that got taken? Yeah, it's A that got taken. I want to get that number that's going up to 100%, because once it's up at 100%, I can do anything I want. So that means I have about 50 seconds of need to do it faster. I think I've done it in like 30, but there is a certain degree of difficulty or a certain limit on how quickly you can get it up. So once I have it at 100%, I never lose anything from it, even if I am casting my 3 willy-nilly or standing still. Because standing still will ordinarily make it go down, and that is bad. We don't like that. It also boosts basically all your abilities. But specifically it boosts your 2 and makes your 2 pretty monstrous. It's pretty good. So getting that up is early, like, it doesn't make you completely immortal, but man, it's close. It makes you obnoxiously hard to kill. Problem is you do have to keep on top of it, because the fastest way to make the gauge go up is to keep that thing completely maxed out. If it is even a pixel below maxed, it will tick up much more slowly at like half the rate. So I did that so that I have just shy of a minute, which is about as good as you can do. What I'm doing is planting my 3. Oh, hello. So how Warframe? 100% nah, don't be Sonic. So do you have Arcane for him? I do have Arcanes for him. Sorry I didn't see your posts. They were showing up on one of my chats, but not the other one. So I think I've got Arcane Energize on, and probably Aegis? Because Arcane Aegis, since the shield changes they did, like last year, or end of the year before, something like that, where all shields now have a shield gate, where you're like slightly invulnerable after your shields run out. Oh, don't you dare ditch this early. Come on. Don't leave. Yes, my arcanes are maxed out. The ones that I have. The ones that you get from doing this, whatever this activity is called, I do not have maxed out. There we go. No, I just have to keep sprinting. Fingers crossed that I am with the Protea, because if I'm not with the Protea, this is going to get real complicated. The Protea makes this so much easier. I can't tell what that is. That could be an Octavia. Let's go back to my zone. Two people doing an interception is going to be a bit frenetic, but we can do it. It is the Protea. We're good. We're good. Crisis averted. We'll be fine. So yeah, they did some changes to shields. So, were you around when Hildren dropped, and did you ever play Hildren? She's the big, burly woman frame, with a emphasis on shields, doesn't use actual energy, just uses shields for her abilities. Very durable. Very durable frame. So she had a mechanic, where if she lost all her shields, she would... One second, I'm having to multitask, and I'm so bad at multitasking. Instead of taking damage to her health immediately afterwards, she'd have like a couple seconds of invulnerability. Well, now every frame kind of has that, except it's not as good. It's like a second instead of 3 seconds of invulnerability, and it's like limited invulnerability. But basically, suffice it to say, if you get shot by a big hit that does a lot of damage in one hit, instead of being instant killed, you instead just lose all your shields. And then you have like a second or so to recover. So the Arcane Aegis is low-key one of the best survivability arcanes for almost any frame, because it'll apply anytime your shields take damage, and then what it'll do is it's like Arcane Grace, if you know what that one does, where if you take health damage for Arcane Grace, you get health over time healing, and very good for high health frames, because you're going to have, it's going to be active with some frequency. Whereas Arcane Aegis is on shield damage, you have X% chance to gain shield over time, which will go through anything. So if you pair that with the mod adaptation, you can be very resilient indeed, very easily, with most frames, like squishy frames that have some shields. Arcane Aegis can be very good, but I have Arcane Energize on to ensure that I actually have energy. Oh, that's the wrong one. Why is this doing this? Stop! There we go. I should just use my one instead. Okay, so I've already buffed this cast sequence. It's okay. I do not have a high range build, which is biting me in the back right now pretty bad. Yes, you still get arcanes from Eidolons, although they have had now two, we're on a second event, that allows you to get arcanes by doing an event. And I'll show that off once we're done with this. This is kind of high maintenance, and I can't talk and chew bubblegum at the same time at the moment. I'll go over all of that.
This is ours now.
Where's the other enemies? I go to A and do the same thing. I don't know how many of those I can have up at once. We're probably going to leave after this one. I'll see what this other guy is doing. It's an awful lot of maintenance. I wish those other guys had stayed. I don't know why people leave so early. It's like, to get a full rotation, you have to do 4 objective clears, always with endless missions. So I don't know why nobody stays for those. It could be that there's some specific item that they're looking for within the first 2 rotations, the A rotations, and they called it good when those were gone. Alright, let's see what this other guy does. If he decides to keep going, I might back him up. He is going to keep going. So we're going for a full 4 rotation. We can still handle it. Yeah, I'm not, if you're around for, because there is an event going on right now, Operation Orphix Venom, and you can get all of the arcanes just by running the event, and you buy them at that point. It does take some time to do that, but it's not Eidolons, and I commiserate. I hate Eidolons. I am not an Eidolon fan. Most of mine is beef that I preferred running the raids, even though you could only do technically 3 of them in a day. Was there a Nightmare Jarvis? I don't remember now. God, it's been so many years. It makes me so sad. Mind you, those were exhausting, but they felt fun. Whereas Eidolons do not feel fun. They aren't even really challenging.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
Because it's just like press a button and put up with a lot of grief. There's a lot of wiggle room for agony and suffering, and not a lot of wiggle room for fun. Like, I'd never have fun doing Eidolons at all. where even if a run in one of the trials, like Law of Retribution or the Jordas Verdict, even when one of those was going very poorly, I was still having more fun than I have with Eidolons. Eidolons are just an exercise in raw tedium. And I've encountered more elitism in the Eidolon runs than I ever did in the Law of Retribution. There was a lot of sass there in the raids, but don't get me wrong, there were absolutely elitists, but I feel that the elitism in Eidolons is much more frustrating, because it's like you literally just have to press buttons and tell people press button. And I really wish it weren't that simple. I wish it were more involved or something, but it would still kind of suck. But you can get a bunch of arcanes through them, but I don't run them. They're easier now than ever, though, with the advent of Necromex, which I will show off at some point. I'm not going to do an Eidolon run today, but they are very easy now. There are reasons for that. So once this is done, I'll try and go over the various messages. And so yes, there are new frames out. Lavos is new. He's very different. Just forgot that my buffs reset. I want to pick that up. Give me that. Give me that item. Give me. Stop running. Stop running. Yes, there's a lot. Once I get through this, I'll I'll ask some questions, because this I'm actually having to work at. Oh, come on, do faster than that. There we go. Only good there is he's dead. It's not the fastest I've done it, but pretty close. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff that's happened in the last year. There's another frame that came out, wasn't there? Yes, there was definitely another frame that came out, but I can't remember which one right now. Give me a minute, it'll come to me. I'm leaving after this one, whether that guy stays or not.
You have deployed fierce reinforcements. Are you willing to stay and decode more messages? They are broadcasting.
Wukong is indeed still pretty godlike. I'm actually gonna boogie. I didn't even read that. I didn't even read it. Okay, I got 12 Vitus Essence for that. Okay. I now need to remember to gild my Vizier Prototypes. Okay, so things. Let's go over the chat. Let's go over the chat. Yeah, Wukong is still strong. His tools are just good in general. Let's see. Let's go over the chat and give a basic breakdown. So if you haven't been there for a year, they dropped Kuva Lich stuff about a year ago. No, well, a little over a year ago. You might have been around for that.
Excellent armaments, operator.
So that drop, that's basically a system by which you have a nemesis. Right now I have this goofball.
You know, as I watched you have my limbs off, I thought to myself, I really don't like this person.
Yeah, okay. What Warframe do I have? I have now all of them. Right now I'm using Gauss. Because he's speedy. I'm not actually a big Gauss fan. I like him more than I did when he first came out, because I did not understand him at all. I did not get Gauss. He did not make sense to me. Baruch, on the other hand, clicked with me pretty quickly, within a couple weeks. Yeah, so you were there for Kuva Lich's. What were the other new Warframes that dropped? So the most recent Warframe, and he's a bit of a weird one, Actually, both of the most recent Warframes are kind of weird. The most recent is Lavos. Where are you? And he's a bit different. Yes, that's my color scheme. If it's not bright and colorful, it's a co-op shooter. Either stand out or sit down. So he's different. The most recent one, and he's dropped with this event. He doesn't use energy. He has cooldowns instead, and a few ways of reducing cooldowns as well. So Lavos, let's go to abilities. Basically all his abilities are in some way, shape, or form kind of a direct rip from other frames, but they operate slightly differently in the context of how Lavos operates. So the most important thing to know about Lavos is his passive. Not the energy and universal orb thing. Who cares? That's fine. He gets status immunity for 10 seconds by picking up an energy or universal orb. That's neat. What's really neat, though, is if you hold any ability button, or tap it, as I think my control is set up, to imbue the next cast with additional elemental damage and status. So, did you ever play Magicka, or Magicka 2, or possibly the newest Gauntlet game? Because if you did any of those, where you have to kind of mix and match elements, that's basically how he operates. And I'll show that off in a minute. My favorite Warframe? That's a very, very good question. I'm not sure who my favorite Warframe is. It's like a multi-way tie between Baruch, Octavia, and I kind of like Wisp too. There's a bunch of frames I like. I'd be harder pressed to find frames I just outright don't like. And most of the time when I don't like a frame, it's because I haven't put in the time to understand how they work yet. like wow, my brain just turned off. Okay. So my brain just stopped working for a minute there. This is what comes of drinking coffee. For me. I lost track. I have a lot of favorite frames. Zaku. I don't get Zaku. I don't know why he's necessary. I don't get it. I do not understand. So Lavos. Let's go back to the Lavos breakdown. So all his abilities are basically straight up rips of other Warframe abilities, but the thing that makes them different is that passive that allows him to imbue elements. So Ophidian Bite is like Gara or Korra's 1, but less good. I don't think you can use it as use a melee weapon as a stat stick for it, for instance. So more like Gara's 1. His 2 is like Frost's 2 by way of Hydroid's 2, so he like zips across the ground and leaves behind a trail of icy stuff. His 3 is kind of like Mirage's Disco Ball, only with more practical applications. And then his 4 is sort of like Radial Javelin or what's Garuda's. I forget the name of Garuda's 4 offhand. It's kind of like that. Only different. So they all mechanically are very similar, but what they actually are doing is a bit wonky. So for his 4, Catalyst Probes erupt from Lavos and douse combatants in a fiery gel. Damage is doubled for each element afflicting the enemy. Hold to imbue the next ability cast with heat. So you basically can, if you get enemies covered in status effects, you do monstrous things to them. They die. There is like a default 30-second cooldown or something, but you can reduce that with his 3. But you do lots of damage. He can be a nuker frame, but he kind of requires setup. His 3 will reduce cooldown, I think, for every enemy he hits. Each electrocuted foe reduces other ability cooldowns by 1 second, so yes. Or less if you have certain stats gonked badly, like I do. So what'll happen, and what I'm going to do, is I'm going to bring us to let's go solo here real quick. Let's do like a... What are you? Yeah, here we go. Let's do a Rift mission. It's easier to show than tell. Admittedly, I have a modded loadout, which is, I think, duration heavy? His no energy is very strong, but I kind of like being able to cast whenever I want. I just realized I still have Xanaric Dash. So, if you look in the right-hand side, you'll see a list of elements and a blank spot. I'm going to hit 1, then 2. 1, I now have Toxin. 2, I now have Viral. Elements combine as they do in Warframe. Easy, right? So ordinarily, your 1 is only going to do toxin damage. You can probably see the little skull and crossbones thing.
You need more to open that relic.
Come on.
Scans indicate is in the
Freaking
vicinity.
cooldowns.
Find them.
Oh, I don't have high range, do I? And his 2 will just do ice. However, if I add on these elements, now I'm going to do corrosive or whatever that is. So now I've just laid a trail that's doing both ice and corrosive because of his 2. Now if I do, say, 3 and 4 for radiation, and I cast my 4, I'll do radiation and heat. Elemental combinations, which are not normally all that possible without very specific weapons. It is not quite like Chroma. He's kind of like... he's kind of hard to describe. He is mechanically very different from Chroma. He's very durable, like Chroma can be. Miss or get roped, whatever just happened there. Get down. Yeah, there we go, that's better. He is strong, he is durable, he's got a very interesting gameplay system. It's very cool to play if you like switching up your elements a lot. Right now these enemies are just way too weak. He shines against certain high-level enemies, and then he kind of falls off again in really long runs, I've found, in the two really long runs I ever did with him, which were largely to see how he performed in long runs. He's a bit odd. He is kind of involved. It's a bit easier in practice than it is... I didn't want to do that. Just, there we go. So he's kind of involved, and I'm sort of 50-50 on him. I like a lot about him. I like the idea, but I think right now the cooldown thing is, while a cute idea, I'm not sure is to my liking. Not having to worry about energy is huge, though. It's very nice, but at the same time, there are so many ways to gain energy in this game, virtually effortlessly, that he's kind of, it's sort of like the whole, oh, I don't use energy thing feels kind of redundant to me. And in the time that I can go and set up a decent cast pattern, I can probably have killed everything with a gun. So he kind of runs into the problem that a lot of nuking frames run into, or frames that have a moveset based around doing substantial damage, where it's like, well, I could do that, or I could shoot them, and they'd still die. So early level, yeah, he's kind of strong. High level, he scales reasonably well if you've got lots of status on them. But a lot of the time I find when I've got high status weapons, I'm probably shredding those enemies with the weapon that I've got high status on anyway. So I'm kind of like, like I want very much to like him, but I'm kind of like, he just doesn't seem... I like his gimmick. I like the gimmick, and I guess that's where his strength is he can be a lot of fun to play, but in terms of, if you're absolutely going for the meta, I have all the primes right now. All the primes currently available. Literally all of them, including the big one. The Excalibur Prime, Lado Prime, and Skana Prime. So yeah, the fact that I'm not Mastery rank 30 is because I've been extremely lazy. Lavos is... It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a frame that's really engaging to play, where you're constantly doing things and kind of micromanaging his elements, and casting for reasonably high damage, yeah, and not really worrying about energy cost or energy efficiency, Lavos is fine. The frame I actually take a bit more umbrage with is probably Zaku. Because he just doesn't... They don't feel like they have a niche. Other than, let's do void damage. But not on things that it would be relevant on. Only on everything else that it doesn't matter. I'll talk about that in a minute. I need to get a drink of water here. One sec.
Do you remember the old war?
Alright. I'm back. So Zaku. Who's a frame I still don't get. I don't understand. I do not understand if, I don't understand the point, I guess. They're interesting. They're better now than when they released. I did most of my playing time when they first came out, and they were just like... really, really ungood. Desperately, desperately bad. So, ignore the paint scheme for a sec. Let me go to, get a default here. That's better. So Zaku's kind of weird. I'm still not totally sure what their role is intended to be. Yeah, he's one of the ones that came out this year, back when... I say back. They came out because they're non-binary. Not due to a gender thing, but because they're literally like 3 or 4 frames mashed together. So they came out with the Deimos update, which was this past summer. And I actually like Deimos a bit, just not the grind associated with it, which is another open world-ish area, for better or for worse. So their abilities are interesting. Their one is obviously useful. You just cast and you get void damage now, on your guns and melee. So strong. Kind of like Equinox, only without, being great like Equinox can be. Yeah, the grind is pretty substantial in Deimos, mostly because it's needlessly convoluted. It feels like they took So if you remember how the grind wound up being in Fortuna, think that, but then they took like 2 steps back and made it worse, um, or more difficult than it needed to be. But there's a lot of ways to get the things that you need to get the stuff to get the stuff to get the stuff that you need in order to upgrade your faction and all that. So it's like there's give and take there. It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and the less said on it, the better. I'll break that down at some other date. So Zada's Whisper, his one, their one, her one, its one, gives you void damage, like you do with your operator, but on your guns. Now you're thinking, hey, that's great. I can just destroy sentience all day, every day. Well, kind of. Kind of. you kind of can. It's good against regular sentience, but as soon as you have to fight something like an Eidolon, it does not matter. You might as well not have it. But it's okay. It's a damage boosting ability. What more do you want? Their 2 is their most interesting piece of kit, in my opinion, where it's kind of like Loki's disarm, but weaponized. Literally, you, at the risk of overusing that word, you basically cast it, and everything in a radius loses their gun, and you now have the gun shooting energy bolts at things. Unfortunately, this does not mean that, oh, I just stole like 5 ogresses and it's going to shoot rockets everywhere. No, it's not going to shoot ogresses everywhere. It's just going to shoot energy bolts. But it can be quite good with the right build. I think a range build. Is it range or strength? Or is it duration? I forget now off the top of my head if it's range, strength, or duration that affects the number of guns you can steal. Suffice it to say, my current build doesn't have it. But it's okay. Where I really have problems is with their 3 and 4. Their 4 is like... and again, I'll preface this with, I clearly don't understand how to use the frame effectively. Basically, their 4 blasts all their skin off, and they run around with high evasion, slightly faster, but more fragile. And it kind of primes them for void damage for enemies in the area. So you'd think, oh, I can run around and have high evasion. Well, that's good and all, but you're not getting the benefit of making them weaker to void damage from, say, their 1 or their 2, unless they were in the immediate area, which is kind of... I grumble. So you kind of, instead of running around as a skeleton, you just blast it on, then blast it off. It kind of like cataclapping, if you were ever around for Limbo, when Limbo was dumb at nuking things. Kind of like that, except smaller range. Less of a tactical nuclear strike. Still okay. I suppose I could find a build where that works, but I haven't yet. Where I really have problems is with their 3, because every single ability in their 3 is done by another frame, and done better, generally. It's better now than it was. So, you've got one of them that'll, one of its aspects will shoot like a beam that does damage. One will do a crowd control beam that like locks them in the air briefly, and the other will do, I think, brain hacking or something like either Revenant's 1 or Nyx's 1. So you can make thralls, only less good than either of those frames. In truth, I don't remember which one is which. I forget what their passive is. 25% damage reduction on AoE attacks and chance to avoid incoming weapon damage. Okay, fine. So they're good at doing like passive evasion builds. I guess if you really wanted to do that. Kind of like Titania, only Titania is fighting back constantly. Nuke Limbo, by the way, is still viable for mid-level content at least. You can still be okay on higher, but your most mileage is going to come from up to like level, 50 probably. Maybe a little higher than that. Still very viable and situationally very good, but I tend to use Limbo more as crowd control. I love Limbo. I'm a big fan. I will not slag Limbo unless he's doing something to actively team hamper. And they've removed most of that. The only times you really run into it is on the... What's it called? I can never remember the names of these stupid modes. What is this thing called? Arbitration. Because if Limbo casts his Cataclysm, and the arbitration drones that you have to kill in order to actually hurt enemies show up, and they're inside the Cataclysm bubble, you will do no damage to them, and that is bad. The other time that he's kind of questionable for team play is anytime he's in the same area as you having to press a button on a, like, hack-up panel. Other than that, as far as I'm concerned, Limbo's still probably one of the most ludicrously strong frames in the game. Incredibly powerful in his niche. You were around for Wisp, I'm assuming, Otaku Gods? Yeah, Limbo can still stop time. I don't think they've done any substantial changes to him, really, in the last year or two. Yeah, he still freezes all enemies. Yeah, I think that's it for new frames in the last year. There's probably one I'm forgetting. So I'm going to go through the list real quick here. Oh, Protea. You may have missed Protea as well. Protea's phenomenal. Protea's super good. I am a Protea fan. She's a little different. She has a cute little flip-hop. I like the flip-hop. It's very cute. I don't even remember what her default color scheme looks like. I think it's orange. Whatever. We're going to stick with the really bright, impossible to look at one, because that's how we're going to do the game. So, Protea, we're going to do another rift. Let's do... Interception. Interception will show it off very handily. So, Protea. Protea good. Protea strong. Protea is my current go-to for any defensive mission where you have to be defending an objective. And the reasons for this are manifold. Reason number one. Her one, which throws down some balls that give you a big honking bunch of overshields to you and your friends. Right now I have 1650 overshields. That'll apply to anyone, except maybe for Nidus and in our house? I'm not actually sure. I've never tried. They might even get overshields from it. I don't know. Probably not. If you hold the cast button, or do the other cast instead of just tapping. My tap is for shields, and my hold is to throw out balls that do slash. Slash, much slash. All slash procs all the time. Big area. Area denial. That's just her two. That's just her one so far. So it's both a defensive and offensive ability at the same time. A buff and an attack. So the ability strength thing is a gimmick she's got where by doing repeated casts, she gains charges, and then on the fourth cast, it'll be stronger. So what I'll do for that is I'll do her 3, which is a dispensary, which dispenses health orbs, universal ammo that any weapon can use, and, oh yeah, energy orbs too. So, you know that thing I was saying about Lavos, and there are so many ways to gain energy? Well, that's what I was referring to. There's many ways to regain energy now. Now, where she really comes into her own, though, is with her 2, because that makes a little turret that stays around for a little while. I just realized that I need to capture points, or I am going to fail the mission, and that will be very, very embarrassing. They don't last super long, the turrets, but they ramp up damage very quickly. Think Mesa. When I say ramp up damage quickly. Think Mesa damage. Now think I can have 3 of them out at once for like 10 seconds apiece. And every single enemy they hit is going to multiply their damage. So, area denial, thy name. Oh yeah, and so they shoot out fire beams, and those fire beams arc to enemies, kind of like the Atomos or Amprex. If you're saying to yourself that sounds kind of good, well, that's because it is. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use her 4 as well. Her 4 is like the only ability she has that might be a dud. So her 4 gives her a cool after image. Also lets her cast abilities willy-nilly. Also will cause you, if you die while this is on, you will no longer be dead. I don't even know where the... Oh yeah, and when it ends, you go into a cool rewind motion. Like that. Which also happens if you die. And you are refunded any energy you spent while you cast that, or after you cast that. So it saves you from death. The only time that's impractical is, as you may guess, any time you have to make forward progress through a mission. Which kinda sucks. So for defensive missions, it's phenomenal. For like a exterminate or a capture,
The enemy have captured a tower. Tower captured. Beginning strike code now.
it's also got some pretty good range on it. I don't even know how many reactants I've collected. Not enough is how many reactants I've collected. Where can you get her? You get her from doing the new and improved Corpus ship tile set. There's a quest associated with it, where you'll get a weapon blueprint, and I want to say her initial blueprint, and then you have to run these little submissions called the Granum Void,
We have control of all four
where you have to
towers.
do a little murder gauntlet thing. I need to find... I need to find more void juice. Whatever that stuff's called. I'm going to actually let them capture a point so that I have time to do that. Because I need... how many? I need 4, so I need to hold off. Yeah, it's kind of grindy. It's not too bad. It did not take me especially long to get Protea. But there's a quest, and the quest is sort of has a puzzle boss at the end, which is sort of a your mileage may vary experience. I know the first time I did it, I got bopped pretty bad because I was like, I don't understand, and then it was very obvious what I needed to do, and I was like, oh, that's what I need to do. So I messed up. That's okay. At least I don't waste the relic. So she's really good for anything semi-station. Oh, the dude showed up with a goofy face. We're just gonna scoot. Because doing that solo actually was kind of problematic. I don't think she has any augments yet. I don't think they've given her any from syndicates. I should check that. Yeah, it's not... I didn't think it was too bad, the grind for her, but I could understand why it would drive you a little start, because there's like 3 different tiers of the activity you need to do, and then you have to get an individual part from each of those, but it wasn't too bad. Well worth it, in my opinion. Protea is great. I'm gonna equip a different gun. I don't know what I want here. Kuva Ogress, because I like boom. I like the boom.
Well put together.
Let's see. Let me... Oh, actually, I can show off the new event. So, the event is, Operation Orphix Venom. Yeah, that quest was kind of... it was a little weak, but, inoffensive, I guess is the word I'd use. So right now there's an event going on called Operation Orphix Venom. You have to go to Diamos, the new Diamos tile set, where they added, they basically took all the, what are they called? Oh, wow, frag. The things with the faults. Orokin Derelicts. They put most of the Orokin Derelict tiles into this new node. That isn't called the Orokin Derelict anymore. And in it, there's this guy called Father. And he has Operation Orphix Venom. And by doing the event, you gain, what is the stuff called? Phasic cells. And with Phasic cells, you can buy many arcanes, including Energize, Grace, and Barrier. This is pretty good. To do the event, you... Also Lavos, also the Cedo, also Necromech components. So Necromechs are a new thing. Let's exit the Necrolisk. And of course I'm getting a phone call. Give me a minute here.
This is how angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Important call from workplace. Very important. Glad I took. But easily resolve it. So for this, I'm actually going to switch to... Where are you? Orphix. So there are reasons why I have my build the way I do. Actually, I don't care. It doesn't matter. What does matter, and I do need to check, is... Oh, I need to guild you. Sugar. That's what I should have done when I was on DMOS, is... Necromex. It's a large clown car. Let me go to appearance and switch it to the defaults here. So this is a Void Rig Necromech. These are things that dropped with DMOS. And they're basically like Warframes, except stompy and filled with corn cob. Dead corn cob. Cursed corn cob. Yeah, the event is a bit is quite a lot of grind. I will. I'll do a run. I'll do a run of it. Actually, do I have the? No. Where are you? Do they still not have the? They still don't have the Day of the Dead head skin. Rassum frassum. Whatever. So we'll go with the brightly colored one so I can tell it from the freebies that they put down on the ground. So what we have here is the Void Rig, and it's basically like a Warframe, except burly. It has a thing where it tosses a dingus that goes boom. It has a thing where it has an electrical shield, kind of like Iron Skin, only electrical. It's got a bunch of canister mines it shoots out that go boom. And then it's got a 4 where it sits in place, whips out 2 giant big honkin' guns that are definitely not overcompensating for small parts of its anatomy, and goes boom. Much boom to be had. There is another there is another Necromech, the Bone Widow, which is melee focused and is like right on the cusp of being either really good or really bad, depending on a number of different situational factors. Right now we'll use the regular one. He is indeed like a mech. As the name would imply. So I'm gonna see if anybody's doing a... Make sure I'm in. Yes, I am. Good. There is someone, but that was an hour ago. I'm gonna see if anybody's doing any OVE runs. So you can see that. I don't know, Otaku Gods, whether you were around for Operation Scarlet Spear. Possibly you were not. Because I can't remember when that was. If that was at the beginning of last year or more recently than that. Because it's been a long year. A really long year for a number of reasons. At that time, you were able to... It has a lot of similarities to the ground portion of that. Because it was split up into a space portion where you had to go raid a sentient space vessel, and then a ground portion where you had to blow up giant space... there's no nice way to put this. Space vaginas. Wrong button. I'll show you what I mean. I'm not making this up. They've got that whole H.R. Geiger aspect to them. Or Space Goatsy if you prefer, if you swing that way. I believe it speaks for itself. Yes. I believe it speaks for itself. Oh wait, I need to actually see what its resistances are. So you have to see that again. Is that corrosive? Corrosive viral, okay. Good. Yeah, so the sentients have been invading us now. They're starting to do that now. And they do that using thingamajigs. big eldritch space Vergubas. Shoot, there's Tridolon runs going on. So I might have difficulty finding a match. I might have to host it myself. And I kind of don't want to. I think I will. It's OVE, right? Orphix Venom. Yeah. 36. 36. I'll get some returns. It's really straightforward. The only bit of possible wonkery that can occur is that by the way the enemies, the big space summoning pods, the Orphixes. These are Orphixes. What were they called in Scarlet Spear? Condrixes. God knows why. The same, functionally identical. Here we go. Very good. Invite. I need to do an Atlas farm as well, but I'm not going to worry about that. We've got 2 out of 3. He's 30. No, I'm looking bad and slow. OEE 36. 1 slot left! Exclamation points. PMA. So, magical life hack, by the way, if you're ever typing into recruit chat to get invites, if you ever want to get people, and you want to be absolutely sure that you're gonna get people, or you want to boost your odds, claim that there's only 1 slot left. It's fear of missing out, I swear. It should not work that way. That should never work, but more often than not, I get people signing up in droves for tasks that they otherwise would never do. I need to get more relics, so I'm gonna do that real quick. So, take that with a grain of salt, but it has worked in the past. Yeah, and lots of exclamation points. Exactly. Sound excited, and they too. Alright. So we're just gonna do... Oops. Endurance. There we go. There was some stuck fix they did on the most recent hot fix. Not sure if it was for that. I think it was for the operator. So where are people tuning in from? I streamed on multiple platforms, and my current chat program is not telling me anything useful. Facebook or Twitch? YouTube, perhaps? I don't know why this is... It should be showing all this stuff. Let me actually refresh and see if it'll start picking it up.
Everyone gives them more control. Make them think twice.
Because the one program I have that is supposed to say all that isn't, which is not helpful to me. So...
May not be in prime condition, but we do not have time
what we're
to be
doing
fussy.
is we're
Go
doing
ahead,
that,
use
we're
it.
gonna do that, we're gonna do Twitch. Okay, now it's picking it up. Coolio.
We got an Orphix. It will boost the pulse field with resonators.
So we have a big burly mech. You have to transference into it. Right now I don't... I formatted. Oh, yeah, so like the Paracesis, these things go up to rank 40. I should have maybe mentioned that. So in order to get all the mastery from them, you need to format them 5 times. Well, I'm glad that the Twitch algorithms are finally taking notice of my existence. That's really cool. Usually I get maybe 1 person at a time, ever. So this is maybe the most people I've ever had tuning in on Twitch at once. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Must be a slow day. So this is the Orphix. I can't even see it. Why am I not sprinting? Please sprint.
Every resonator pushes the pulse field out wider. And we
There we go.
do not want that.
So, another thing that I think is interesting about the Necromechs is, so if you've been with Warframe a really long time, like some of us have, myself especially,
Push him back.
there's
Orphix
a bunch of us remember that a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, beta iteration far, long ago,
him.
there was a stamina gauge, a green stamina bar for Warframes, and it's gone now. This is generally because Scott, one of the lead developers, likes gauges, energy gauges of various stripes. But yeah, so I've got like multiple things to unpack here. So I swear half the reason Necromechs exist is to bring back a stamina gauge, because they have one, and it's really annoying. It is deeply infuriating. So you can sprint with it, so you go a little faster. You can slide with it, where you'll boost forward, and you have a glowing thing in front of your head, and you run into walls, and you can't turn worth crap, and you hit enemies, and you do damage, and you go fast, and you run out of energy, and then it goes woo-deep, 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 for like a month while you wait for it to regenerate. And you have to stump around like a friggin' goofball.
Buy yourself some time. Nice.
Yeah, like way back. So I haven't even done anything to these things. My allies are doing it because it goes very quickly. I suspect this is a key reason. So one of the main reasons for this event in particular, though, is to do kind of a... Okay, it's over here. Trial run. We're going to have to kill 36 of these things in order to get the full complement. Up until now, they only worked in open world, but now we can do them on at least the tile sets that these areas allow for this event. So they can walk through doorways. They actually just kind of clunk into them in the most charming way possible. They just scrape their head through, and I love it. It makes me very happy to see, as a mecha aficionado and lover of giant robot-esque type devices. Oh, they have a built-in melee attack as well, which is pretty rad. It's not very good unless you're using the Bone Widow, but it exists. So it's one, puts this grenade in your hand, and you can throw it, and it goes whoop, and it like slows things down in a radius. If you shoot it in midair, which I don't have the talent for, actually I don't have the weapon for it, you can make it explode and it'll do damage, like heat damage, I think. But you won't see me doing that. It's not all that impressive. What is impressive are most of its other abilities. Its 2 is quite good. Its 3 is very strong, against literally everything but what we have to fight here. Unfortunately. The sentience it does not do much work on. But it's quite powerful because you do a bunch of these exploding mine things that are very strong against everything but sentience. Lore-wise, do not ask why this event is even happening, because like one of the core gimmicks, lore contrivances rather, the core lore contrivances was that the sentients were very bad at doing anything against Warframes. And that's why we won when we fought them in the old war, back before we rebelled against the Ark and yada 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 yada. Did I put on? I must have put on a fire rate booster because I'm shooting quite quickly. You can use it on any of the open world tiles. So Plains of Eidolon, Fortuna, and the new Deimos tile set, you can use it on. And this mission. But they're using this mission as kind of a test bed to kind of see, okay, what are things we need to keep in mind when we want, because they want them to be available like Arcwing weapons. What is shooting me? Stop it. I shoot you. You no shoot me. You know, what do we have to keep in mind? What bugs, what you know, collision issues do we have to worry about? That sort of thing. Like falling straight down to my death like an idiot. So it's kind of, they're doing it sort of as a test run. I should probably use my 2 to stay defensive. Right now, one of the biggest issues that necromechs have is that it is not especially easy to heal them. There is a mod that does it. My Vizier Predacite will do it with an ability, and that's kind of like it. Most of the abilities that heal things do not work on these for very arbitrary reasons. Supposedly balanced, but mostly being arbitrary. So stuff like what's it called? Trinity's 4 blessing will not work on these, which is dumb. But there are ways to heal them. I think health orbs work too. So if you have anything that tweaks health orbs, they have their own mods. Basically, they're Arcwings, but they stomp instead of zip around very quickly. So stompy Arcwings with a real strut. Look at that strut. Dump, 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 dump. He's a stompy boy. Stomp, 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 crump, stomp, 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 scrape, stomp, stomp, stomp. I love these things. They're very charming. And they look utterly doofy. Like, I don't know who the mechanical designer was, but man, they were like, let's go maximum doof. Let's give them like zero traditional aesthetic appeal whatsoever. Make them look goofy and kooky. And I'm like, you know what? This is fine. I'm okay with this. I use Slobs, Streamlabs OBS. Right now, I think I do need to probably tweak my settings. I'm not looking at a live version of my stream right now. So if it's like doing some nasty chop, tell me so I can do some tweaks. But it's pretty straightforward. Streamlabs OBS is pretty good. Mostly because once you get it set up, you never really have to do anything with it. You're basically all set. I still don't have my 4 available. My 4 is where this starts becoming relevant.
I speak for myself. No. I am the hollow vessel.
Oh yeah, Space Mom. She's
The echo.
presumably behind all this.
Who found a new shine?
Okay, good. Because I did some tweaks to my bitrate not too long ago, and it looked fine at the time. And I haven't heard any words of complaint, but I also get no viewership whatsoever. So it's really hard for me to be sure without like looking at 3 windows or 2 different windows in order to make sure that it's actually streaming. And my computer's kind of on the very, very cusp edge of streaming capability. I'm planning on doing an upgrade in the next couple months, but like I can do it. Barely. I have the biggest thing I have going for me is actual network throughput. And I actually have the network capacity for it. My actual hardware is just on the side of being like, okay, you can do this, but not so great. Apparently from Mama, from Space Mom. I'm not sure who built them, whether it's her who ordered them to be made. Her face pops up, so presumably she's behind the attack, but that's all we really know, I think. Hopefully this all will make sense in a later lore bit, but I don't expect anything on that front. The current state of Warframe lore is kind of like, not really where I expected us to be 5, 6, 7 years ago. Let's put it that way. For good and ill. I'm just kind of like, I don't even know what their plans are in terms of plot or lore. Let's not even get started on the Duviri paradox, whatever the hell's going on there. Yeah. She's shooting space Fraggoth at us. And they summon more sentience. We smash the sentience. Rinse, wash, repeat. And for some reason, these necromechs are the only thing that can stand in the bubble of area that these things make. So the reason I'm using a Fluctus is only to kill these things that I have to shoot to make that appear. The space jelly beam. Definitely not a space clitoris. Make the space clitoris appear. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. There we go. So we have to shoot these swirly things right off to the side. And then we have to shoot the space clitoris and rinse, wash, repeat. Whoever's behind the designs for sentience, please keep it up. It's like a more technological H.R. Geiger pen, I approve, except with a bit less spot the penis. I don't know how familiar people are with H.R. Geiger's work, but a lot of it boils down to spot the wang. There's a hidden wang in this picture. Oh, the picture is the wang. I get it. I don't actually know where we're going next. They kind of go in a rotation where they appear, and people with good brains are able to memorize where that is. My brain does not memorize this. It should be a simple repeating five location thing, and I'll probably have it memorized by the time we get to number 30 or so. What are we up to? 8? Ugh. Well, I'll be able to help kill these now that I have my 4 available. Oh, so to show what I mean, the reason we need the necromechs is because if I try to take my Warframe into this glowing area, I get bopped into my operator. So, we can't do it. He's humming the thing. Alright. Style. It did. They do. They do show on the map, I think. So that's the only reason we're in the Necromechs, is because apparently our Warframes can't go into this field, which asks a whole lot of lore questions that I'm not sure we're ever going to get answers to. Like, really? Does this mean every time we fight the Sentients now, we're going to have to go through this song and dance of using a Necromech? Is that really well thought through? I don't understand. I'm just getting this Amber Iatan star because you can never have enough of them. Oh yeah, so if you didn't take the time to grind for a Necromech, you could get a freebie. Oh my goodness, go away. Go boom. They win. Oh jeez, I have to find the stairs. So you can't like bullet jump and bounce and parkour off of things. So you have to actually go through intended routes through the terrain. It's crazy. And yeah, when I stop, if you stop while you're doing this turbo sprint, you have this really long recovery animation. So you have to do like a little hop to skip that. So if you hop in the air, you don't have it anymore. All kinds of movement tech being discovered here. Why am I almost dead? Or I can keep missing, that's fine. What is this? Stop. No. Oh, it's a nully. He's dead. But yeah, they have freebies. You don't get to keep them. And they're not especially good because they have none of the mods that you would have equipped on your own. And I'll show the mods after we finish this run, which will be in like a year. Actually, it'll be like in 40 minutes or so. It takes about an hour, even quickly. You can buy them now, yes. Thank God. Before you had to grind them, now you can just straight up purchase them. When they first came out, you had to grind for a bunch of components, you had to do... Here it is. You had to grind for a bunch of components and then build it. But now you do not have to do that anymore. The only thing more annoying than grinding for these, which was doable, grinding for the actual necromechs themselves was manageable. But what was a lot less so, still is a lot less so, is actually grinding for the components for the new 2 of the new weapons they released with them. Which is, you do not yet know the meaning of despair levels of, oh my god, what an awful grind. Let's just say it is an activity that takes about half an hour to do. You have I think it's a 5% chance of one of the components dropping that you need for the weapon. And you need 3 different ones. So let's just say it's not fun. I still don't have them. They do have them available for plat purchase, and I'm probably going to wind up caving and doing that after I get, like, I might do, like, a session where I grind a bunch of void rifts or something. Where am I even going? I am lost. I am lost already. This did not take long. Oh, it's through here. Yeah, I'm basically at that point. It's not great. Another thing I'll show off after this is done, since I've been out of the loop for a year. No energy. Is the Helminth system, which also came with the DMOS update, which is pretty neat. It makes you, or allows you to sacrifice Warframes permanently forever. That's not gonna hit it because I'm on the wrong side. Oh no, we're good. In order to get one of their abilities. Each Warframe has a specific ability that they donate when subsumed, that you can then put on any other Warframe. It's a set specific ability per Warframe, and when in doubt, it's usually not the one you were hoping for, except when it is, and then there's usually strings attached. But it does mean that you can have, say, Wisps 3 on any Warframe. It means you can put Ivara's Cloak Arrow on any Warframe, and if that doesn't sound completely broken to you, then I'm sorry, but you need to do more things that use invisibility, because it's busted. It's just the latest bit of real systemic power creep. For better or for worse. It does make for some interesting builds. Each Warframe can only equip one... Where is this thing? One new ability. One ability at a time. I'll do a breakdown of this stuff in like however long it takes. Yeah, still like 40 minutes. Because we are a third of the way done. There's like a set timer between each of these things, which is pretty infuriating. Here we are. There we go. Oh no! Where's my alien dog? I revive. So yeah, it's pretty busted. But you do need to sacrifice a non-prime Warframe to the giant plant monster from Little Shop of Horrors. What was its name? Roxanne? Feed me, Seymour! Feed me, Seymour. Oh, what was the name of the giant plant? But it can't be a prime, so on my list of things to do is get a duplicate Equinox. And it is permanent. That frame is gone. Fortunately, you can get duplicates. Now, where this becomes problematic and really obnoxious is when you have to deal with a frame that you got from a quest that you can only get duplicates from. duplicates of by going to Cephalon Samaris. And that kinda stinks, because there is, as far as I know, no particularly good way to grind up Cephalon Samaris standing. If there is, please somebody tell me, I want to know. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Oh, there's a Nully. Stupid Nullies. It's also a colossal resource sink. If you thought that building a railjack was a resource sink, this is also a resource sink. It's a bit involved. But I'll stay tuned, and I'll go over that. Because I can't think straight, and I can't be cogent enough about the particulars while I'm not looking at it. So yeah, as I was indicating before, the reason we're using the Flectus is because we can shoot through walls to hit these spinning gizmos, which, after we shoot them, makes the space generating. So that's why we have the Flectus, because it has infinite punch through. Where are you? You're dead. I wish this animation wasn't so long. It's dead.
Like you found yourself a little added value there.
Lavos Systems Blueprint. I already have my Lavos and his duplicate. All done. Oh, I don't have the quick, or the long revive time thing. Okay, gotta get that. Is it a second one here, or does it move after this one? To check what soundtrack I have right now. I think it's the Lawbreakers soundtrack. It is the Lawbreakers soundtrack. Man, I miss Lawbreakers. That game was fun. I was really bad at it, but it was a lot of fun. I wish it didn't die. Really, really good arena shooters seem to be slightly rare nowadays. There's a lot of them. There are a dime a dozen, but good ones are not. Take that over Overwatch any day. But Frag, why don't you just do PvP in Warframe? Ha! Good yoke, you funny man. I laugh. He's very funny. Right. I'm not saying the PvP in Warframe is bad. I'm saying nobody plays it. Very low pop. And all the people that... Oh, no. Wrong one. All the people that do play it are many orders of magnitude better than I am. I do have fun when I'm playing it most of the time, but man, it is not, whatever. It is what it is. I'm gonna follow this dude. He seems to know where he's going. I sure don't. I've really got to put on some of the engine efficiency mods. Is this the soundtrack to Fury? Shit, it is. I didn't remember queuing that up. Whoops. Well, that's probably gonna get my stream have audio muted. Oh well. Thanks, YouTube. Oh, it's way over here. Where am I going? Puma Thurman. Yes. Yes. Superb name. Oh no, I turned it on and off. Oh, this is not good camera angle. It's bad camera angle. It's way down there. Oh. 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 Now, if I were going for lots of points, I probably would not be killing these so early, but I don't care. I go for speed. The difference in points is not that big. I think the most I've even heard of getting is like, reliably, is like 25,000. And that does not translate well to event resource. We're not going to go into the granularity of that. We don't care. We're probably going to get like 2,000 points or so. Or 20,000 points or so. Maybe a bit less. So we're going to be a bit less, but that's okay. I don't mind. So, basically what we're doing here is practically new Eidolon meta training. It basically revolves around using one of these void rigs and using it to very quickly, that's the wrong button, blow up the Eidolon's node things. Whatever those are called.
Serpent coilings of their genes. The secret phrases himself and cipher. I too am uncoiled.
I think she only gives you those transmissions if you're the host, because the last several runs I've done did not have them for some reason, and I was not the host. So this is, as you can see, kind of mind-numbing, which is why I'm streaming it, because everybody wants non-engaging activity to be streamed, right? I really need to change my mods. What I need to do is guild it, and I forgot to do that before I started this. That is a very substantial sum of platinum. Notice I have the value that I have covered up. That's why there's a black bar on the screen. It is covering up my health gauge right now, but it's there to cover up my platinum credit totals. It's a precautionary measure. Where the hell did my thing go? There it is. I had run into people early on. Not exactly nice folk who were like, oh, you have that much plat, give it to me. And I was like, nope. Because they did not ask nicely. I figured I would circumvent the problem entirely by making it not visible. Give myself some shielding. Because I don't want people getting upset. There was once a time in my life where I spent a lot of time and money on Warframe. I still spend a lot of time. Less money now. I figure having an Excalibur Prime is more than enough. But also did a lot of trading. Oh my goodness.
The Orphix situation.
Lots of trading at one point, but that was years ago. Build up a certain amount of bank, and then you're just like, I don't really need to do this anymore. So I'm kind of out of touch with the trading scene. I got out of it, geez, a little after Ribbons. Not because I sold ribbons. I never actually sold a ribbon. Bought one or two. But I'm not a fan of ribbons. Because they don't, in my opinion, fix the problem they purport to solve. I'm gonna just let someone else deal with it. Shoot space for Gooba. It's a flower. It's a beautiful flower. That's what it is. Oh, ribbons are good, but I don't believe that they are a solution to the problem they want it to be. Because they're like, oh, it's it'll make bad weapons good, and it'll be a balancing agent. And in my experience, it's like, yeah, it'll make bad weapons better, but it also makes good weapons really, really good. More so than they already were. I don't feel like it actually fixes the problem of balance. Now, some of that is just due to the way the weapons work. Some of them are just mechanically superior, and you'll never change that. Others, you could balance their stats, but that would involve actually doing work and going back to content that they've released and fixing it. And they're not, I don't think, going to do that. Because that's a lot of effort they'd have to do for not a hell of a lot of gain, and a lot of people would complain and whine about it. Understandably so. You could start shooting immediately after the transformation started. That's very cool. I may actually have a spare warp I can throw you. I'll check. If I have a spare, I'll throw it your way. I do not want anything for it. I'll let you have it. But they won't. No, they're not going to go back and do massive balance changes. They have done balance changes. I'm like of two minds with the status effect changes that they did. Some of it's really good, or I like the ideas behind some of it, but it really didn't change a whole lot. It just kind of made it so that corrosive is a little less good than it was. Heat is phenomenal now. Viral is still the go-to element, but for different reasons. And pretty much everything else can sit and spin. They somehow made blast even less impressive. Yes, now it doesn't even do what's it called? It doesn't even do crowd control, really. It does make enemies so that they don't, they have no accuracy, so it keeps them from killing you that way. You'll notice some very large damage numbers. This is also a thing. So we can actually get rid of that. Where's the stupid thing? There it is. I got it. It did. So I have a certain degree of healthy cynicism when it comes to DE's ability to balance things. At this point, I just kind of accept it and move on. I'll gripe about it, but I'm not going to harp and harp and harp and harp. I realize I have lost the war against Rivens, and I'll just leave it at that. There's probably a number of reasons why Rivens are going to stay the way they are, not the least of which is it makes somebody some platinum somewhere along the line. And at some point, in order for that platinum to change hands, someone has to buy it. So, them's the breaks. I'm okay with this. I'll endure it. I do not need them to be extremely strong. You do not need Rivens for any content in the game, including Steel Path, which is the designated hard mode. But they help. So, it's just like, I have played it since, geez, it was the very end of 2012, I think, or very, very beginning of 2013. So, still closed beta. Initially someone, I think this account that I'm using is from 2013, but I had first played it right at the end of 2012, like right before they shifted, instead of missions being cards, which is so far back. Missions used to be on cards. You didn't have like a spacescape to select from. You didn't have a planet's solar system to choose from. It was weird, but that was only for like a week, and then they changed it right after I had joined. Yeah, no, I wound up making a new account. I don't remember the reason why at the time. There was probably a good reason for it. And this one I think is from early 2013, but still within closed beta. This is the one that I have my Grandmaster Founder on. I'll double check the date that it has on this one. At some point. But Suffice it to say, I have played from an early time frame. I can hit it from the back? No, I can't hit it from the back. So he's using a Bone Widow. The Bone Widow Necromech was originally very, very, very bad because none of the mods you could use. Oh my god, I keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah, I miss Vault Keys. I miss them so much. I cannot even speak in words how much I miss Vault Keys. Like, relics are fine and dandy, but I think there was getting rid of one system and adding another was not the way I would have preferred it done. I miss them. I miss them so. I think having both systems at once would have been phenomenal. Oh my gosh. Search for a limited pool of items, or do these missions that you could go on for extended or endurance runs and get out of a random pool. 2 different resources, admittedly, but at the same time, I would have kind of preferred it. Yeah, I'm used to it at this point. It's not a big deal, but and there are advantages to doing relics. If you're focusing on a specific item to farm, they're definitely better in many ways. But now there's like a zillion new relics. Every time there's a new prime frame that you have to farm. Yeah. You got tons of prime parts, and then Barrow came around. It's like, oh, I've got a mountain of trash. Now I'm doing an endurance run. And I had, you know, I get it. It wasn't necessarily always the most fun to be doing the same activity for hours on end. But you felt like you had reasons to do endurance runs back then, and now there really aren't. Other than to prove that you can do it. Okay. Okay, I'm getting out of that. That is damage. I don't want to get hurt. If I had to have, well, I also miss solar rails. The dark sector solar rails. I thought those were pretty keen. I had a lot of fun doing those, even though they were kind of broken, and presumably not functioning as intended. But I liked the oh, just old things that are no longer in the game. that we weep about, some of us. Well, weep is a strong word, but grumble. Definitely grumble. No, I'm grumbling. I still like Warframe. I still enjoy playing the game. I have not as yet taken a long extended break, but I do find myself taking days off and weeks off occasionally. Particularly when Deimos came out, I was just like completely overwhelmed by the amount of crap that they wanted us to grind. And I had already done a lot of grinding for other stuff like a week or so prior, and I was just like, I'm suffering from severe burnout, so I'm gonna just ignore this for like a month until it gets straightened out. I mean, you kind of still have Excal's 4. It's just his 3 now. It's not as good as it was because now it has line of sight, which affects so many things now. They actually did a recent balance pass and gave a lot of stuff that didn't have line of sight. One of the biggest victims was probably Korra's 1, because Korra's 1, which does the whip claw, had no line of sight and had a truly stupendous range with a ranged build, and I think stretch mods as well, or reach mods rather, melee mods. Very, very big range, and a ton of damage. Now it still does a fairly large amount of damage, but unfortunately no longer has the line of sight. And sometimes you'll whip, and you'll hit like a spot behind an enemy, and then it's just like, nah, I'm not going to register that as a hit. And I'm standing there being like, but please. Please hurt them. So it's everywhere now. There are still abilities that don't use line of sight, but they're growing fewer and fewer. So Excal's 4 used to be what his 3 is now. The one where he shoots a bunch of swords out that impale enemies. But now it's the Exalted Blade. Exalted Blade is very strong, don't get me wrong. It's really, really good, and it can be a lot of fun. But his 4 was... Excalibur used to be, at one point in time, a dedicated nuke frame, or buildable as such. For better or for worse. Now, not so much. He's still very powerful, though. Often overlooked, I find, but still very powerful. Completely and utterly overshadowed at the moment by Baruch. Wow, is Baruch strong. Baruch does everything Excal does except for, like, slash dash and blinding people. Oh no! My robot blew up! I should have probably paid more attention. So, how much time do I have to burn before I can have it again? Where are you? 38 seconds. This is why you really do not want your Necromech dying on you. I can still do these up. I can still do these up. That's fine. Did I hit? Yes, I did. I mean... One of the real death knells of Trinity was removing self-damage and its interaction with Link. That really hurt her in terms of her being able to multi-roll. She's still able to do a whole lot of really good stuff. She still fills a valuable energy regenerating niche, and Blessing is still very good. Wow, that's a lot of numbers very quickly. There we go. But she's still good. Her 1 is basically useless. Her 2 is very good for energy regeneration. Her 3 is still a very good defensive ability if you build for it. And her 4 is one of the premier recovery abilities in the game. Trinity, I would argue that Trinity is mechanically sound and still works very well. She is not nearly as busted as she used to be, but she's still, for her niche, very good. But unfortunately, she doesn't multi-roll as well as she used to, which is sad. The self-damage on explosive weapons change that they did, I do not like. Because I kind of liked the risk-reward of using a launcher weapon and having it blow up in your, you know, risking that it could blow up in your face and kill you to death. I liked that. Now you just get knocked back, and it's really annoying, and will still get you killed, but enemies have to actually shoot you. And I don't really know. I don't know why they did it. I guess they saw that people weren't using launcher weapons, and when asked, people were like, oh, it's because I might kill myself with it. And I'm like, well, yeah, but it's really strong. And then they were like, well, let's do that, but now make it so that they all have immense damage fall off. So they're, like, in general, a bit less strong than considerably less strong than they used to be. But you can't kill yourself anymore. And I'm like, well, alright. Fine. I understand. Basically, Warframe has been going down a certain route, which involves a certain lack of risk and reward gameplay. There's not many high stakes, really, at all. my gosh, jump up there. Thank you. The stakes are not especially high at any given time.
Looks like you found yourself a little added value there.
To turn it off. Then I can switch. There we go. Tongkor. Exactly. I'm not gonna say outright that they're dumbing Warframe down, because that's not entirely true. There's a lot of complexity here still. It's just not hard. It is not a hard game once you have like your basic mods set and able to be equipped. That's basically it. You will pound. Oh, I have no energy. That's why I can't do things. Oh boy. So this is another problem with necromex. They only really gain energy from energy orbs, and there are not a lot of those around at the moment. There are things I'll be able to do once this Orphix is dead, though. I tend to agree that it is too easy now. I do understand. I understand why. It's because they want to appeal to the largest user base that they can. And I get that. I get it. But at the same time, you never ever have a need now to do any of the really, really high order fancy stuff that you can do. So like half of a given frame's, oh god, where are we? Okay. Half of the given frame's potential that it can do tends to be thrown right out the window because you're never going to need it. A victim of this, I would argue, is Lavos. Because he's really strong in a very like high enemy level area, but you have no reason to be doing that. Because there's no real reward to it. And even then, it's not necessarily going to be all that helpful, because other things scale better. I'm still waiting for my giant robot to come back so I can kill things. There we go.
Think about getting out.
Evidently, I'm the only one who can kill these, so I need to do that now. So we've been killing these very efficiently until I lost my robot, and I guess nobody else was shooting at it for some reason. I don't know why. And you do not want to let them gain too much control. Oh god, the lag. It's not lag so much as it's if the sentient control hits 100%, your mission is over. And this close to the end, I really don't want that to happen. We have to stay here. Okay, what I'm gonna do though, because I have a build for this.
Orphix.
Gonna. Okay, don't give me energy, that's fine. That's fine, don't give me energy. That's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of quests now. There are many. Most of them are repeatable though. Like a bunch you might be seeing there are like repeatable quests because they've done a good job at adding quests that you could do before in as quests you can do more than once. I am not doing much to this right now at all. Oh my god, turn it back on. There you go. I don't even care about what I'm going to say at this point. That would load up.
That's a keeper.
Okay. So I'm in a bit of a pickle, because I don't have the energy I need. Okay, there's some energy. I am not going to be able to kill this thing. And apparently I'm the only one doing damage to it. That's not great. It's not a position I wanted to be in at all. Okay, good, there we go. That should be enough. Somebody else is finally shooting at it. Goodness. Oh, and it died. Phenom. Oy. This is the problem with not being able to regenerate their health. 50 seconds. I'm gonna be here all day. There we go. Good. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb. I was affected by toxin. I have a huge brain. This is fine. I can fix this. Please
There's
revive.
another Orphix.
Thank you.
Everyone tightens the sentient script.
Okay. So hopefully those energy orbs will hang around for a while. I don't remember which... so each Warframe has a very specific ability that it can use. That it will donate, rather. I'll get into that as soon as this is done, which is in 2 more Orphixes. I swear I'll go over it. I have promised, and I will keep this promise. One more.
That should give us some breathing space.
And I think it's back here. Sadly, as I indicated before, one specific predetermined ability will be allowed, you can donate. And it's usually not the one you wanted. So, in the case of both of those, probably it's not that ability. I'll get into it. It's still power creep, just not that much power creep. Oh my gosh, Caster 2, please. There we go. I was getting shot up. I'm still getting shot up. The shield is dead. Long live the shield. Aight, we're done. Okay.
Wraps it up.
Mech died twice, which is bad. With Bone Widow, that's a lot harder to happen. If I do another run, I'll do it as Bone Widow. Oh shit, I'm actually running out of time. I have to run. But I will still give a breakdown on... Oh my gosh. Stupid energy gauge. Moving. Son of a ass. Damn. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Scrape, thunk, 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 scrape, thunk. Thump, thump, thump. Indeed. Easy stompy boy. We got just shy. We could have done better. Usually I'm getting like 20,000 mission score. Getting a little less isn't that big a deal. That's fine. Alrighty. So let's pick a Warframe I actually care about changing the abilities on. Inaros. Who cares about Inaros's abilities, right? Well, guess what? Nobody. Inaros's abilities, by and large, suck. So, here we have our wonderful murder chair, infested horror chair. And here we have a good friend. This is the helmet. It is interacting with my pet. It's adorable. So that is a thing. In order to interact with him, you have to do a bunch of stuff in DMOS, which I'm not even going to touch talking about right now. Hey, you're lucky it didn't do the animation where it actually ate my pet. That's bad. That is in your ship. There are quests you'll have to do to get access to it, but I don't remember the names of them. But yeah, it's the giant talking plant from Little Shop of Horrors, and so you have to feed it resources. Right now, mine is all topped up. No, it's not topped up. So you have to feed it resources, and basically everything gets broken down into a different end result. So you need oxides, you need calcs, you need biotics, you need synthetics, you need pheromones, you need bile. These are made up by a number of different things and resources that you harvest throughout the system. And basically, when you use one, its effectiveness at regenerating the gauge is reduced. And in order to subsume frames, which I'm doing right now with my spare Lavos, you'll get a specific ability and it costs a certain amount of resources. So it's a resource sink. We're not going to get into the resource sink, but each Warframe has one ability that they'll donate, and it's very specific to the frame, and it's only that ability. Like, you can't redonate the frame to get another one. It's always going to be that ability no matter what. So Zephyr donates Air Burst. When in doubt, it's going to be like the least interesting ability that they have, or least useful ability that they have. So Air Burst for Zephyr, Blood Altar for Garuda, which is actually quite good. Which I might actually put on Inaros, actually, come to think of it. Breach Surge for Wisp, which is also very good for frames that can't blind and cause horrible murder. Defy from Wukong, which is the one where he's immortal for a brief second and then thwacks really hard, which is not the best ability that he has, sadly. Dispensary, which means that now you can plop one down as a mesa. You can replace your completely worthless one and give yourself health, ammo, and energy orbs. And those energy orbs, you bet, absolutely work while you're in Peacemakers. Elemental Ward for Chroma, which is not his best ability, but still not bad. There's also a number of so there's a number of Helminth-specific abilities. So this thing's called Helminth, but I've named it Shub-Niggurath because H.P. Lovecraft, haha. But it has a number of specific powers to it, like Empower, which boosts your power strength by 50%, which isn't very good. Or Energized Munitions, which is super duper niche and basically reduces the amount of ammo you consume when shooting. And Expedite Suffering, which it's just kind of bad. You get Fire Blast from Ember, but you don't get the fire gauge on the side, so it only does whatever it does plus the augment. Oh yeah, augments apply. You can use augments for these abilities. So if there's an ability that's kind of mediocre, but you have the augment for it, you can equip that. Firewalker for Nezha. Would have preferred the Hula Hoop, but Firewalker's good, I guess. It's not his worst ability. I'd rather that than the Chakram. Ice Wave for Frost, because why? At least it's not his one. Even though his one, at least you could give yourself cold damage on command. Infested Mobility is a Helminth specific. Lull from Baruch, which is actually kind of good. There are reasons to use that when you want to put lots of things to sleep in a wide area. Marked for death, which can be strong damage-wise. Yeah, you could do worse. At least, again, it's not the Chakram, and his 4 would be kind of boring. When in doubt, it's never going to be their 4, ever. It's never their 4th ability. Master Summons, which is trash. Don't even look at it. It's awful. Mind Control for Nyx, which to anybody. You can give it to any frame. Molt, which is okay. Not my favorite ability in the world, but has use. Molt is good. Molt also is good for weaker frames. Since you can use the augment. Molt would be terrible if you couldn't use the augment, because that'll heal you. I don't even know what Perspicacity does. Oh, this is the one that allows you to cheat on sortie spies. You don't have to do hacks anymore. Oh, it did. Try refreshing. Oh, it's back. Very good, very good. Perspicacity works in sorties, so you never ever have to worry about hacking puzzles ever again. But you have to replace a power on a frame. Pillage for Hildren, which is pretty okay. It's good. Particularly Blazing Pillage. And it costs energy and not shields to cast. Pull for Mag because it's the least interesting option available. Although you can now use Greedy Pull on something like a Mesa. Yay, I guess. Quiver, but it's a nerfed quiver. It only lets you use the Cloak and Noise arrows. So one of those arrows is very good. One of those arrows is pointless, sadly. If it was the Sleep arrow, it'd be phenomenal. But it's the Cloak or the Noise arrow. Rebuild Shields, which is garbage, ignore it. Resonator, which is garbage, ignore it. Although it does act as complete and total aggro for as long as it lasts. It is very good aggro. But you don't have... It's one of the... Like, any frame that has, like, ability synergy usually isn't... You're not going to get much out of. Rhino donates Roar, but it's a nerfed Roar. Instead of doing the huge damage increase, it's less. I think it caps out at, like... 75%, I want to say, damage increase. There's a cap. Shock. Whoop-de-doo. Shock actually is okay for the augment, but again, that means you're taking up a mod slot. Shuriken, bleh. At least it ignores armor. Very hard pressed to find a use for Shuriken, personally. Roar can be useful. Silence, which is low-key very, very good. Because of the... Actually, wait, no, I'm confusing it with the marked targets one. Silence is okay. It can be good. Smite, which is okay. Spectral Rage, which can be very good. As an aggro source. Tempest Barrage, which is crap. It's Hydroids 1. It's Garbo. Terrify for Necros, because why give him something useful? Like Soul Punch, because with Soul Punch you could do the you could put the augment on that lets him revive at range, which is great. Tesla Nervos, it's crowd control. It's not very good. Valbin didn't have that many options that I think would have been usable, because they did that Valbin rework a while back, so now he doesn't have his former 3 and 4 are now 1 ability. Grown. Warcry, which is good. It is somewhat less effective if you put it on another frame than it would be on Valkyr, but it's not bad. You still get a speed buff for melee, so that's good. Lavos donates Vile Rush, which is fine. It's a movement ability. It does damage over time in an area, but you don't get his passive, which is the entire reason you'd be using it. But you don't get that. You get Banish for Limbo, from Limbo, which is a weird pick. But it's not like they could have done his 2 or 3, and his 4, they weren't going to do 4. So they have his 1. So you can banish anybody. Or is it? You can definitely banish enemies. I think you can banish, like, the walking defense targets. I'm not positive about allies. I don't think you can banish yourself. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it. Harrow grants Condemn, which is the crowd control chains in a line that gives you shields. Loki gives Decoy because Cloak would have been too strong. Plus we have Cloak Arrow, so we'll be fine. Decoy you can use to bypass some puzzles for spy rooms, but beyond that, it's just aggro control. Desiccation, because of course Pocket Sand. Why would they give another ability? So Pocket Sand from Inneros. Yuck. Eclipse from Mirage, which is stupendous. Absolutely phenomenal. But it's nerfed. It's not as strong if you subsume it. The subsumed version, I should say, is not as strong. But still very powerful. Ensnare from Korra, so it's crowd control. I think they do Larva as well for Nidus. Yeah, Larva for Nidus, whatever. But it has less range and doesn't grant you stacks. Whoop-de-doo. Nourish from Grendel, which is probably his best ability. So that's not bad. I don't have a spare Grendel, so I don't have it yet. Null Star, which is okay. It does give you damage resistance, so that's pretty good. But it's not Molecular Prime. Petrify, which is good. It's an actual looting ability. And the augment that allows you to get extra loot from petrified enemies does work here. So you can strap that onto, say, a Necros or a Hydroid, and you've got even more looting. Radial Blind from Excalibur, which blinds are very good, but unfortunately Wisp is donating her blinding ability, and that's just straight up better in every way. Period. So there's no reason to use Radial Blind if you've subsumed Wisp for Breach Search. It's the same ability, slightly smaller range, but better, so much better, because of all the other extra stuff it does. I think it has slightly lower duration as well. Reeve for from Revenant, which loses the fact that it loses its synergistic interaction with his other abilities. So you're not getting the boosted amounts from enthralled enemies. You're just basically dashing through them and leeching some health and shields, I think. It's okay, but not great. Rest and Rage for Equinox, which is you can only have one of the two, and it changes based on your frame's energy color, or emissive color, not energy color, it says. So kind of like how Chroma worked not that long ago. They actually changed Chroma now so that you can cycle through his Vex armor and choose which buff you want. Actually, Vex armor now... Not Vex armor. Wrong words. What's it called? The other one. The auras. Shit. Elemental Ward, not Vex armor. And I want to say this does allow you to rotate on frames that you subsume it onto. Not like whatever this music is playing. What is this? I don't want it. It's not that much better, but we'll take it. Where were we? Here we go. Rest and Rage. Rest and Rage is pretty good, because you're putting enemies to sleep. It's great. And the damage vulnerability if you go with the other one. Shooting Gallery from Mesa. Everyone was sure that Mesa would be donating her one because it's utterly worthless, but instead she's donating Shooting Gallery, which is actually pretty okay. Spellbind for Titania, which is not very good. Though if you hold it, you'll to cast, you will get status immunity for a certain duration, which is actually pretty good. Thermal Sunder for Gauss. I need to farm up another one. Which can actually be pretty good with a nuking frame build with wide range and damage. So if you have a frame build for that, you can really take advantage of Thermal Sunder. Well of Life for Trinity, because why give people something useful? And then Zata's Whisper, which is Zaku's one, which grants void damage, which is actually pretty okay. It's an extra damage source. So for Inaros, we're going to replace probably my 2... No, my 3. I'm going to replace my 3. So I can show off how this works at least. I'm actually going to feed real quick this thing. What do I have? Sorry, something in my throat. Terra Globe. I have tons of Rubido. And it's already full. And what do we got here? Feed that. Feed that. Nav coordinates, absolutely. Thermal Sludge, absolutely. And Morphix, because who needs those? Alright, we fed him. Now, ordinarily, mine is maxed out. You level it up by feeding it and subsuming and implanting abilities. Ordinarily, this would build up, like, experience progress on here, but I already have it, so... and you get various different things. You start off only being able to subsume 3 frames, but eventually you can subsume an unlimited number, and you gain various additional abilities as well. Of the abilities that it grants that aren't tied to Warframes, which would be Empower, Energized Munitions, and a number of other things that are complete garbage that I don't even remember the names of. Oh, Perspicacity. Of them, with Empower, because it affects power strength, if you wanted to get an extra 50 power strength that isn't modified by anything on a frame, you could. Like, I have it on a Wisp build that I have that I want to have more power strength on to make my flowers better. Energized Munitions would be a good ability if it had a duration of longer than a base 5 seconds. With a maxed duration build, I think that goes up to like 15-ish, which is still not especially long. I have it on my Titania because it works on your Dex Pixie, your Shui Guns in Razorwing. There was not Expedite Suffering. Marked for Death briefly was ludicrously overpowered, but that is no longer true. It's still strong, but it's not super great. Because there's like a cap on it, I think. There's a damage cap. Master Summons is completely worthless. So, what ability do I want to put on Inaros? I could put Lull on. Lull would not be bad. Because you could... instead of blinding things, you could put them to sleep. Firewalker has validity because you can move a bit quicker. Dispensary is not. What do we got here? You can give yourself a little extra health with it. I think I'll go with Blood Altar, actually. Yeah, I'll go with Blood Altar. Double down on health regeneration. I think I'll do that. I'm just gonna double check what I've got here. No. Maybe Silence. No. Maybe. No. Maybe. No, because Shields. Inaros has none. Mind Control, no. Molt, maybe, but I'd have to sacrifice an Augment or a Mod slot to do it. It's not kind of worth it unless you're using the mods. I don't have Equinox's subsumed ability yet. Because I don't have a spare Equinox donated yet. It does. It does seem like a really good way to go, but I don't have. So all these ones that are a lighter color, I've already subsumed the Warframe. Right now I'm subsuming Lavos, but I didn't have a spare Equinox, vanilla Equinox. Getting a Equinox Prime would be easy, but an Equinox Prime you cannot subsume. It will not subsume Prime frames, so you have to go through the rigmarole of getting all the Equinox parts, which is what I'm up to now. One of the things I wanted to do. So what I'll do is I'll do... Yeah, but those are... Is that 25% of the enemy's health per second, or my health per second? Because if it's my health per second, that's really good. If it's their health per second, it's not. Ah, heck with it. I have the resources, I can always do it again. And then you have to choose which ability you're going to replace. I'm going to keep Pocket Sand because I've gotten some use out of that. Devour is useful for any time you have to do Razorbacks, although now not so much. 4 gives you the armor. It'd have to be the 3. I never use this. I never use Sandstorm. Ever. I never use Sandstorm. So we're replacing Sandstorm. You could always undo it, by the way. And I'll do that on... Oh. I do not remember which... One sec. I have to check to see what my loadouts are. Because it depends on what configuration you're using as well. So let me see if I've got a high survivability build here. What even is this? This I think is my high health build, so I'll do that on this one. Yeah. Slot A. It is not the most survivability because I don't do the Umbramon thing.
I thought you'd want to know.
So I'll do Blood Altar. Infuse on Sandstorm. Or does that overlap too much with his 2? You know what? You could double down. You could use sand. You could, yeah. We're doing it on his 3. Let's go. I could put it on all 3 of them, but I'm just going to do it on my configuration A. You get stabby murdered, and now I have it infused. So now if I go over to my Innermost Prime here, I now have Blood Altar in between Scarab Swarm and Devour. That was Arcane Grace, right? I really hope that was Arcane Grace. Yes, it was Arcane Grace. Yes, we good, we good.
Your chosen
so now I'm gonna go do one of these at random. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. Wow, there are a lot of things that I don't want to run because they will take forever. Here is a Crossfire. Those are fast. Now, I don't have any modifications to that ability at the moment. I don't even know if there's an augment for that ability. Is there?
Don't forget the reactive.
I don't play Garuda much. She is another frame that has never clicked with me. Not because she's bad per se, but like I never found a need. And then Wisp came out, and I was like, why would I ever play another frame again? Oh, right, to play Octavia, I remember now. And then Protea came out, and I asked the same question. And then I was like, oh, right, to play Octavia more. That's right. Or Wisp. So Protea is kind of like Wisp, except for shields on your teammates and other, like, defense-oriented stuff. Oh my god. So everything died before I could get to it. So this was kind of a waste. Jeez, these are both why not? I don't know. I'll take his. Just trade. I don't know. I don't know. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. There's a lot you can do with it. I still haven't plumbed the depths, so to speak. The next 2 frames I want to subsume are Grendel and Equinox, or Equinox and Grendel. Grendel, I have to check to see if I can actually afford his the things you need to do to get Grendel bits. Do that right now. Some Arbiters of Hexus. Visit Arbiters of Hexus. Because if I have enough, I'll grab those. I am running out of time. I have like 5 minutes and then I have to run. Ugh. But yeah, a lot of the abilities are pretty bleh. But it's still basically power creep, because being able to put Dispensary on Mesa so that she can be energy independent even while in Peacemaker, not Pacemaker. Even while in Peacemaker is, I can't even begin to tell you how huge that is. It's pretty huge. Oh, I need 4 more Vitus Essence. Oh, I need 4. Curses. Damn you. At least Grendel is easy to get, or less time consuming. You just need a dedicated crew to do the Grendel missions, because you're not allowed to use any mods, if I recall correctly. I did it when he first came out. It was a lot of fun, and then I never touched it again. Which I really wanted to do. I wished for more like that. It's kind of what I hoped Steel Path was going to be, was just like, you can't use mods. And it was Nightmare Mode or something at the same time. But instead they were just like, nah, let's just give everything inflated levels and inflated stats and call it a day. And I'm just like, oh, is that all? Really? That's it? Oh, we'll give you this this fancy schmancy resource you could do. Let me real quick check navigation here. Chroma. I don't like playing Chroma though. I do like the Phage. But I don't like Chroma. But I like Phage. Let's do it. Let's do it. I need the Vitus Essence. I don't even remember what the mission type was. Chroma. Actually, I can stay with this. Let me just real quick check to see what my... Yes, I'm using Larkspur. Very good. Actually, let me change that to the Mausolon. The Mausolon is dumb. This is a gun that comes with any any Necromech you build. This gun is absolutely the stupidest thing in the world. I'm sorry. It is so strong. So strong. Survival against infestation. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think I forgot to switch to the Phage. Big brain time. Pro gamer move. Phage. What do I have on here? Yes, definitely. Y. Yes. But it's heat and viral, and that's all we really care about, right? I want to get front charge shell on there. Can I get front? No, I can't. Unless I remove combustion beam. Who needs combustion beam? Get rid of that. What's contagious spread? I need that though. You know what? No, I'm not doing it. I will equip, if I want more heat, I need heat. I already have Scattering Inferno. I can't fit Incendiary Coat. Actually, no, I'm going to keep Combustion Beam on there. And the only reason for that, even though it's complete crap, it's a horrible mod. It is a noob trap. Because it does a flat damage value and it's not very worthwhile. And I'll show off both. I'll stick with the Inneros because why not? Let me sort out the train of thought I had because I had like 3 things I wanted to touch on there. I hope I wasn't on solo. If I was on solo, I'm in trouble. It means I'm gonna have to quit back out and go back in, and I don't want to have to do that. Okay, we're good. I keep forgetting to gild my Predacite. So the Predacite is, there are 3 Predacite variants and 3 Vulpaphyllum variants. You get them from Deimos. Yes, let's move into place. And they're basically infested like pumas and foxes, respectively. But they're basically, they use the animation models of Kubros and Kabats, but they are functionally very different. One of them can basically grant spores on enemies, like actual spores from Saren, like pretty good. They can actually be pretty useful. Actually, here's whatever you are. So the reason I wanted to keep oh no, I have to, yeah, okay, it won't work. I should have thought about that for more than 2 seconds. So the Mausolon. I said it was a little though broken. So let's have a fast-firing machine gun with very large explosive rounds. So think Astilla, or whatever that thing that, Exceltra. Think Exceltra from the Gauss update. Only you have a 300 round clip, over 1,000 rounds behind it, and it's an arc wing gun. And I can equip that and run around with it. Yeah. Yeah. Brainless. Absolutely brainless weapon. Just pick it up and go. I don't have a ribbon for this. I don't. It just evaporates things. I don't even have the right damage types equipped at the moment. Why are we extracting? Why? What? What? Maybe yes or run. Shit, I have to. But I only need 4, there we go. Oh yeah, and it's got an alt fire. After you get a certain number of kills, you have an alt fire, and it's basically like an Opticore on steroids. If the Opticore were designed to take out entire solar systems. So yeah, it's a little strong. I forgot that it had the alt fire. Real easy to kill the arbitration drones. There's another one here. Did I kill it? I'm not going to the extraction. So the blue bar underneath my reticle is the charging up of the. Well, that was from the Mutilus Service. Another weapon that you don't have yet. Otaku Gods. That is quite fun. It's kind of like a Kuva Brahma or a Lens, except it shoots out tentacles and ropes things to death. Very fun gun. I'm quite fond. Very fun bow. The Mausolon you get from the gun I'm using right now, you get from Deimos. As soon as you build a Necromech, any Necromech, you'll get one for free. And I think it's got a Gravimag pre-installed, actually. I don't think you have to get a spare Gravimag to use it as a Warframe running around. So, and I believe that even applies if you just straight up purchase one of the Necromechs. Is you'll get one for free. So it's, I'm not sure that was deliberate power creep either. I don't have either of the other new Necromech, either of the new weapons that dropped with Necromechs, which are the Cortege and the Stropha, I think? Stropha? I don't have either of them. I am rapidly approaching the point in time where I'm just going to buy them. And I wanted to grind for one of them, and then I ground for like weeks straight and still didn't get the components required. So I might grind for one of them and then buy the other when I decide that my time is that valueless. But both of those, by all accounts, are also fairly strong, but I don't have either one. So I can only vouch for the Mausolon, which is incredibly powerful. Let's start using my 3 here. Here we go. Blood Altar. Can I use my 2 on it? What just happened? Oh, I didn't hold the button! I'm smart. Oh no, I have no energy. What'll I ever do? Oh wait, I'm Necros. No, Inaros. I don't care about energy. I know words. I'm not even mad that I'm flat on my back. It was worth it. I'm gonna just take a nap here a sec. I'll be back. Oh shoot, I'm back up. No. I was gonna get water. Oh no. I've been foiled again. So yeah, you get to be a slightly slower firing A10 Warthog with a tactical ion cannon or tactical nuke strike. A colony drop.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Either one. Either one. I was using the Void Rig. I personally think the Void Rig is probably more useful in general, though the Bone Widow recently got buffed to actually be usable. The Bone Widow is able to heal itself with its 1, but it's sort of finicky, because you have to actually grab an enemy to do it. And other than its... Well, actually, no, its 2 is okay, because it's, like, one-directional Iron Skin. Like a 180-degree arc in front of it. It's a big shield. Physical shield. But its 3 is completely worthless as far as I can tell. Its 4 is an Exalted Sword, which is quite powerful in specific circumstances. But you get more oomph probably out of the Void Rig. Oh no, don't drain my energy. What will I ever do? Oh, I don't have range on this, do I? I don't think I have range. Something hurt me. No, that was an energy orb. Hit me. I do not have rage on this. Okay. Not that I'm a heavy caster anyways. I think I missed the arbitrary. There it is. I want to lure one of these in here or something, I don't know. Oh, that's right, that's right! I don't think I'm the host, so I might be able to actually do it. One second. Okay, synthesis scanner. Yes. Swing, synthesis scanner. Yes! It works. Okay. So there's a cute trick you can do when you're a client, not a host, where if you have out an arc wing weapon, an arc gun, and you switch to something like the synthesis scanner, melee, and then switch back to the synthesis scanner, and then deactivate the synthesis scanner, you can melee and have your arc wing weapon now. He's strong. Oh, it does require you to complete the quest to... Oh, no. I thought it would just give it to you if you bought it with Plaid. 30? Is that a question? Oh, maybe he wants to go to wave 30. Sure. I'll just be late to my prior engagement. No big deal. The prior engagement was dropped on me last minute. On stream. Whatever. It's not super time critical. It's not like a meeting or anything. Just have to reset some servers. IT. I was going to say something silly like it's fun, but it's a job. Not go through what it's supposed to go through. Alright, yeah. So probably around 4 o'clock I'll have to leave. Well, 4 o'clock my time on East Coast time. This is not always true. For Eastern Standard Time. United States. This also is not always true. Training him while he's on the pole, giving me health. I'm just gonna sit here a minute. Disco dancing. Oh,
You will all share
he
in this
died.
bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
I can't even see what's out there. I'm just shooting and looking at damage numbers. Wow, we are low on life support. Yikes. Okay. I am gonna pop this thing and install Better Judgment. Better safe than sorry. That's right, because it explodes. Die. I'm gonna back off and lure them in. Yeah, it is what it is. You do it. It is the money thing. Oh, the great and powerful capitalist system we live in. Yes, it's terrible, but so are the other options, I guess. Except for idealist socialism, but that goes right out the window, along with idealist libertarianism, as soon as you involve people. Neither of those systems work as long as people are people. Human beings acting the way they do, behaving the way they do, and performing actions in the way that they do them will largely make such systems an impossibility. C'est la vie. It's not like capitalism is much better, but it's the one we've got. Sit in it, work with the system, play the game. Even though the only winning move is not to play. And then move on. This turned into a political diatribe real quick. That was not my intention. There's no point in such things. Who cares? It all turns into ideology and dialectic anyway. The only ideology I have is shoot all infested. With my big boom boom gun. That did 0 damage. Because there's an RV drone here somewhere. No. You just play the game. Get in your, if you're in the US, get in your quarters for Social Security. Get out! Retire when you can, if you can make a decent living. If you can't, do what you can. Do what you need to do to survive. That's the only thing that matters at this point. Yeah, the system's unfair. What else is Crimea River. Alright. Healy zone. You can tell it's gotten real late in the stream when I start rambling about crap that I don't really think anyone has an interest in. No. I just saw it move in right when I let go of the trigger. I could have actually killed everything there. Let's see. Another 12 minutes. Let me just check to see how many of these things that I have. Yes, I have 4. I've got what I need. Think of it, I'm not sure if this would be more or less effective than the Larkspur in the same situation. Larkspur is really good too. That's life, yeah. The game was always rigged from the start. Evolution isn't some grand process by which by which we become more idealized organisms. Nah, it's random shit. It's RNG. It's iterative garbage thrown at the wall, and if some apocalypse happens, and something happens to survive that apocalypse, even if it means that it's got a no brain, it's completely blind, and has no eyes, that doesn't mean that it's more fit. It means that it was less unfit than everything else. Now we're really going on the ramble. That's how tired I am. There's a new UI. I might have to check that out. Oh yeah, they've done some tweaks to the UI menus. Most of which is okay. A lot of it seems kind of, I guess, form over function in some ways. Like the end mission screen has taken me quite a lot of getting used to, because I expected things to be in certain places and they're not. But it's still giving you basically most of the salient information right up front. I do not... It took me a while, but I am at the point where I do not think it's a bad change. It's just not what I was expecting. It's a good 400,000 damage hit. That's not bad. Just saw zeros pop up. Where is it? Did it die? Might have to open up another one of these things. Ah, we already did.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Screw ideal, indeed. Here. I think we'll all find that the ideal form is to be a giant robot ourselves. So we can go stomp. See the RB drone in there. Hey guys, what's going on? What's going on, guys? Hey, what's going on, guys? Hi. Why am I in the middle of this? Oh, that's right, because I'm Inros and don't care. Somebody hurt me really hard. I want to see how fast this thing heals me. Since I can't self-damage... If I could self-damage, I could find out how quickly My 3 heals me. I don't know if it's 35% of my base health or 25%. Pale an enemy on an altar of talents and siphon health for Garuda and your allies. Drain is 50, range is 30 meters, 8 meter healing radius, duration of 20 seconds, 25% health per second. I'm assuming that's my actual max health per second, and not the enemy's max health per second, because it says damage 1% per second. But I need something to actually hurt me in order to find that out. Because if it's actually regenerating 25% of my base health, my max health per second, woo, fart on me again, please. Oh, I have no energy. I won't be able to cast it even if I want to. Well. Oh, and I have adaptation, so that toxic damage is doing nothing to me. Oh, and I have Arcane Grace, so this was not a good format for testing, was it? Ow. Hurry. Get. What is it? There we go. Now I'm actually getting hurt. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Here we go. Come on. Come on. I agree. Become a Warframe. Become a mass of remote-controlled, presumably most of the time non-sentient, sentient, technocyte tumors in the rough shape of a humanoid organism that channels Eldritch Abomination powers through it, and is powered by a small teenager that's about 100 years old, or several hundred years old, maybe, probably, you think. Or be like Umbra Excalibur and actually be self-aware. Ooh, an aura form up in front. I can count the number of frames that I would put one of those on roughly one hand. Alternatively, all of them. One of the two. So, I'm not able to kill myself here. Or indeed hurt myself substantially for any period of time. Because I have Arcane Grace on, among other things. So, putting on Garudas is largely redundant. Whatever this thing's called, which I don't have the energy to use. Oh no, I fell on my back. Help me, help me. Help me! Just like the ending to The Fly. No, the one with Vincent Price, not the other one. That's a lot of enemies. This is moderately problematic. I now need to revive my friends. Okay, good. I picked up a Thingus. I have picked up a second Thingus in a moment. Where is... There's an enemy generating Thingus juice. Where are you? There it is. I see it on the ground now. Come on. There we go. I have two. Oh, Deimos itself, it is actually really cool. I think it could probably stand to have a little less red and orange. Just to highlight some of the... God, I'm just getting knocked over by everything right now. Just to highlight some of the other color variety that's there. Okay, I have 3. So I should be able to buy this. Oh, I have 4. Damn it. Fine, I will go find another one and kill it. What I like most about Deimos itself is it's got a ton of verticality. It's not as broad as, say, Fortuna, but it feels a lot more rich and dense, like there's more stuff going on at any given time. Okay, I'm actually losing health somehow. That's a terrifying proposition. I don't like this. Okay, there we go. I've got 5. I can revive them. Try to do. Can I lure an enemy over here? Yes. Ah! No! What have I done? Not what I wanted to do. I need to find an enemy. Did I not hit it? I don't think that's 25% of my health per second. I think it would be regenerating a lot more. Yeah, it feels really... Yeah, it's not just this flat plane with a couple caves in it. and the odd hill. There's like a lot of verticality and depth. The caves actually do something.
The longer, the more successful.
Scoot. I don't actually know where the exit is. I think it's out this way. And I do have to run. I have 3 minutes before I'm in absolute critical crunch time, and I'm going to have to do things in a very quick period of time. And, and if I can't, I'll have to come up with some real interesting excuses. So yeah, for people's benefit, I do this every Wednesday. Warframe Wednesdays. I went the wrong way. What are we doing with our lives? I do other streams throughout the week. I have a Mecha Monday stream where I do something giant robot related or mecha adjacent. Where the hell is the extraction? Seriously, I am lost. Oh, it's out here. What? You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. So this is classic. I think it's not going to be through this one. It's going to... Nope, maybe it is through this one. Turns left. Someday they're really going to have to update how their waypoint markers work. Because right now, shit like this happens. Okay, I know where it is then. Pretty sure. Yeah, thank you. It won't... Well, it'll take me longer than I'd like because I wasn't slated to have to do it today. But, well, what I have to do anyway. Here. No, I don't know where I'm going. I know where it is. Come on. It's down... No? It's not there? Where is it? Oh, is it down here, maybe? No? Oh, shit.
Spore saturation is nearing the mass. After no amount of life support will save you. saturation is nearing critical mass. After that point, no amount of life will save you. Life support has been replenished.
Thankfully, somebody found it. So. Go down the grind down the side there. Okay. Otaku gods, when you wind up... Oh, wait, there's a thingus over here. I'm gonna grab it.
The
It's
spores
220
have
meters
almost
away. I can
completely
make it. I can make
saturated
it.
the atmosphere. You need to
I
get
can
out of
make
there.
it. Stop getting stuck on terrain! Ugh. Ugh. I'm getting caught by everything. Oh no.
Life support activated.
Give me that shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. Straight down the side. Yes. Very good. Very good, guys. But yeah, I also do. I do other. Okay. We talked about. Oh wow, that was a jump. I do other streams throughout the week. I have a Mecha Mondays, where I do some giant robot related mecha adjacent. I have a Warframe Wednesdays stream, which you're watching now, and then I have a Free Read Fridays, formerly Storytime Saturdays, where I
Additional
read
life
short
support
stories and
has
indeed
been-
entire novels aloud. Right now, we are digging into The Freeze Frame Revolution by Peter Watts, which is fun. It's one of his shorter books.
We will all share in this bounty.
But yeah,
Hold out as long as
books
you can.
read aloud on Friday. So yeah, hopefully people are enjoying. Feel free to tune in. I'm not gonna berate you to like, follow, subscribe, because I don't get money
Mission
from this.
complete.
I don't.
Excellent work, Tenno.
It is not a way to make money. Anybody wanted to make money doing this and weren't lucky enough to get some sort of sponsorship early on, well, guess what? You can't make money as a streamer, which was never my intention. Just kind of to have fun, because there's no point if you're not having fun. If you're doing it as like a job, I think it would just become soulless very quickly. And at this point, I have a hard enough time keeping it light and sprightly, and keeping my mouth moving to say things. Otherwise, I'd just be quiet the entire time, mumbling to myself, which is pretty much what I do. Anyway, so... And the status quo was thusly maintained, and order in all things continued in perpetuity. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. See you later, hopefully. Thanks again.